You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
I know we're going to have a tight timeline today, and we
Yes,
may be down to 3 members by 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Caesar, go ahead.
Somebody says that. Hold on
Thank
one
you,
second.
sir. Good morning.
Just about.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, September 21st, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Mary Hernandez. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Ms. Pam Perrone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, County Leaders, and staff. You're invited to join me as I pray if you so choose. Almighty God, this morning we invite your presence into this virtual meeting. We pray you will guide each member of this court, as well as all department leaders and staff, as they carry out the responsibilities of county business. Let the pressure that sometimes weighs on them be lifted. Would you especially touch those who have worked diligently to prepare the agenda and take care of the details? I take dominion and authority over this atmosphere, that today's business will be conducted according to what is right and just, not according to our own interests. Help our leaders as they must address complicated issues and pressing matters. Your word tells us, he has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God? According to Psalm 19, let the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. We count each new day as a gift from your hand, and we rejoice in your goodness and mercy. As we commit our hearts and our ways to you, we can rejoice with the psalmist David, who declared, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. In the name of my dear Savior Jesus, I pray. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. And as always, it's always a pleasure. And thank you for taking the time on Monday mornings. Always great to start the day off with your words and thoughts and good wishes.
Thank you.
So I want to, on behalf of myself and the Commissioners Court, we welcome you to Commissioners Court here Mondays, as we do. I think we have a very robust, very interesting agenda, and we thank you for being part of county government and understanding. I think, if anything, we're hoping that most of the topics that we have today, including our challenges with the virus and all the other things that are taking place in our community, we're hoping it's one more venue of information that will help you understand and have a better, feel and understanding for the dynamics of our community. So we thank you for being here with us. We will be addressing specifically the governor's order and what it means to us, and maybe some of the guidance that will help you. The city's order and my order will come out today. It'll be a little bit more explicit as to what is taking place and what are some of the major changes, but we'll be discussing that later on throughout our agenda. So once again, hope you had a restful weekend, and we wish everyone, on behalf of Commissioners Court, all the commissioners, that you have a very productive and fruitful week. Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AA. We'd like to ask for a 1-week postponement for item number 4L from the Information Technology Department. And also we'd like to announce a correction to item number 4O. Item 4O should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the software license maintenance agreement between the County of El Paso and Professional Document Systems for EMC product suites. Funding will be available upon fiscal year 2021 budget allocation in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software in the amount of $21,921.68. Contract number 2020-0759. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull from the consent agenda for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Judge, I'd like to pull 4C, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any others, commissioners?
Motion to approve the rest.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
He's still not on.
Okay, Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution designating the week of September 20th through the 26th, 2020 as Forensic Science Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It gives me a tremendous amount of pride to be able to read this into the agenda this morning. Whereas the dedicated public servants who work in forensic science deserve recognition for their hard work in the areas of committed discipline, expertise through education, their devoted work out in the field and inside the laboratory. And whereas forensic analysis improves the investigation of criminal cases, leading to the absolution of the innocent and prosecution of the guilty. And whereas the professionals that comprise our forensic science fields be recognized for their commitment to proper scientific investigations for the purpose of due process. And whereas crime scene investigators, latent print examiners, forensic examiners, and forensic scientists provide long hours of service dedicated to the unbiased, accurate, and reliable analysis of evidence throughout the nation. And whereas the effort to continue strengthening forensic science standards requires forensic laboratories, crime scene investigators, and latent print examiners to maintain accreditation and to maintain certifications throughout the International Association for Identification. And whereas in 2019, the United States passed Resolution 320, recognizing and supporting the goals, ideals of National Forensic Science Week and professionals across the country. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that September 20th through September 26th, 2020 be recognized as Forensic Science Week. Signed this 21st day of September, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez is still absent. Commissioner Leon. Commissioner Leon.
Looks like he froze up.
Yes. Are you there?
Oh,
Are you there, Commissioner Leon? Commissioner
Commissioner
Leon,
Leon.
we didn't hear your vote.
Aye. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
My first promotion that I received in the police department was to detective, and my first assignment was what we used to call back then in 1970s IDNR, identification of records. And this really proved to police officers involved in investigations a really good foundation of the investigation to come. I think without that, you're a little lost without having that background. And now that we have professionals doing that, I really understand why the Sheriff's Department is successful, the Police Department is successful, because teams like yours really make a difference. And I think we have Bernadette Ortega, the crime scene unit supervisor, available to us. So if you're there, the mic is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. It is an honor to speak today as this week recognizes the National Forensic Science contributions to the criminal justice system. This week recognizes the role forensic science plays in the investigations of crime, from exonerating the innocent to identifying the guilty. This week is acknowledged by the Consortium of Forensic Science Organizations and Congress. We truly appreciate your acknowledgement of this week for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm having trouble receiving.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Are you able to, Commissioner Leon, are you able to?
Yes. No, thank you very much. I appreciate all you that you do, and as you, that all of us watch on TV, the crimes that are solved, and many of them are because of the efforts of units like we saw just now. So congratulations, and I know there's nothing but improvement in your future. So thank you.
And just Mr. Ortega, thank you very much, and every one of you. It's such an amazing career. You know, we feel very good about our criminal justice system, our judges, and in the pursuit of justice, both for the victim and in cases where someone is falsely accused. The forensic plays such a huge part in that fairness, and it's a wonderful career. I know community college and both UTEP have done such a wonderful job of preparing people like yourselves. So. The best to all of you. We thank you. Part of the reason we're a safe city and we have so many great relationship between law enforcement and you obviously play a huge role in that process. So once again, thank you, Commissioner Leon. As always, thank you for your acknowledgement and recognizing these great initiatives and like I said, a great career. And it's great for pursuit of justice. So thank you very much. The only thing that's missing now is we don't get to see you and take a picture with you. And that's one of the frustrations of being on Zoom, that we can't recognize as well as we would love. So hopefully we do a little bit of, and once again, pardon the redundancy, but do justice to all of you and everything that you do. Thank you. Commissioner Leon, do you have anyone else will be speaking?
I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great week.
Judge,
Caesar,
Commissioners, I do believe we also have individuals from our county medical examiner's office tuned in for this item as they're major contributors to this forensic science as well.
Well, that's right. We have an incredible medical examiner's office, Dr. Dascon, great job. And once again, we get to recognize our sort of hidden heroes at the medical examiners that we forget about. So Betsy, thank you very much for bringing that up. And yeah, it is a huge part of the forensic process. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
Yes, sir. Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Private Marcelino Serna for his service to our country and urging his posthumous awarding of the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor.
Commissioner Stout.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. Caesar, can I get you to read in the second one as well? Because I think what would be best would be to both resolutions, the first 7 paragraphs, the first 7 whereases in both resolutions are exactly the same text, and so in the interest of time and not being redundant, I'd like to read the first 7 paragraphs, first 7 whereases for the first one, and then of course the last 2, and then we'll vote on that one, and then we can read the last 2 paragraphs for the second one and then vote on that one. So can we have the second one read in as well? Is that okay with you, Judge?
Yes.
That is perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Private Marcelino Serna for his service to our country and urging his posthumous awarding of the Medal of Honor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. It gives me great pride to introduce these 2 resolutions. As you all know, Private Marcelino Serna was the most decorated World War I veteran from Texas, and he was an El Pasoan. But for his being Hispanic, it is likely he would have been justly recognized with the Medal of Honor in his lifetime. The advocacy for this just recognition is not something new, but given that the county has not adopted a resolution associated to this advocacy, I felt it would be important to bring these forward. The following resolutions are identical, as I said, but for the last 2 paragraphs. And the first one calls for his being awarded the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor, and the other calls for the Secretary of the Army and Defense to recommend he be awarded the Medal of Honor. So I'm grateful that Congresswoman Escobar's staff, Carlos Murillo, is here to provide comments on her behalf. Also, thanks to State Representative Cesar Blanco, who I believe is available here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and read both of these in, and then we'll vote on the first one, and then, as I said, we can go on to the next one. So we will start with the Texas resolution. Whereas military service is one of the most admired and respected vocations any woman or man can embark upon, knowing that her or his commitment is to something far greater than herself or himself, and that we value such military service because it is dedicated to upholding, defending, and preserving the Constitution. And whereas, while historically many were drafted into service before the military became an all-volunteer service, in 1973, there were still individuals who volunteered to serve without being drafted. And men and women of all walks of life, including new immigrants, have sought to demonstrate their love, commitment, and loyalty to this country by volunteering their lives to service. And whereas Private Marcelino Serna was one such immigrant seeking to demonstrate his love, commitment, and loyalty to his country, born in Chihuahua, Mexico, Private Serna was part of a legacy of immigrant soldiers fighting for the United States, eager to pursue the American dream. In 1917, without hesitation, he volunteered to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces against Germany at the age of 20. And whereas Private Serna was placed in the 355th Infantry of the 89th Division, and upon his arrival in France, when it was discovered that he was not a U.S. citizen, he was given the option to return home. However, Private Serna made the valiant decision to serve the United States, his adoptive home. And whereas in recognition of his courageous actions, Private Serna became the most decorated World War I veteran in Texas, with awards from the United States, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom, which include the World War I Victory Medal, 2 Purple Hearts, the French Médaille Militaire, 2 French Croix de Guerre, a French Médaille Commémorative, the British War Medal, the Italian Croce de Merito de Guerra, and the French Verdun, and the St. Miguel medals, as well as being posthumously awarded Texas's Lone Star Medal of Valor in 2016. And whereas the aforementioned awards recognize Private Serna's demonstrated bravery and remarkable service to his country in World War I, during which time, as detailed in the military's official citation for his receipt of the Distinguished Service Cross and the Texas Handbook Online, Private Serna single-handedly fought, killed, and captured enemy fighters in the French theater. And whereas white contemporaries of Private Serna who engaged in similar courageous acts during World War I were rightfully recognized for their valor, including with the Federal Medal of Honor. However, Private Serna was reportedly passed over for the Medal of Honor because he did not know enough English to be promoted. And whereas history has often blurred, if not erased, the contributions of Black and brown women and men in our country, and it is time for the state of Texas to bestow upon Private Serna for Private Serna, his family, and countless immigrant service members for whom he has already been a role model, an honor worthy of his relentless service, the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor. Now therefore be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County calls upon the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor nominating committee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 437351 to nominate El Pasoan and World War I hero Private Marcelino Serna to receive the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor, and further calls upon the legislature to pass a concurrent resolution directing the governor to award Private Serna the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor, and finally calls upon the governor to actually award Private Serna the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor in recognition of his courageous acts of valor in service to the United States of America. Signed this 21st day of September, 2020.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Perez, are you on with us now?
Not yet, Caesar. As soon as he joins, we'll let you know.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion
Commissioner
carries.
Stout, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we want to hear the public comment between the two, or do we want to just hear it all after we do the second one as well, Judge?
I think altogether, after you finish your second one, then we'll get public comment so they could.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read the the federal resolution. So again, the first 7 whereases were exactly the same, and the last 2 paragraphs are what I'm going to read into the record right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Whereas recognizing that acts of valor performed by minority service members like Private Serna have gone unrecognized as part of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2020, Congress ordered the Pentagon to review records of Latino, Black, Asian, Native American, and Jewish World War I soldiers to determine whether any such veteran should be awarded the Medal of Honor. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County calls upon the United States Army to review the military service record of El Paso and World War I hero Private Marcelino Serna for eligibility for the Medal of Honor pursuant to Section 548 of the FY20 National Defense Authorization Act, Public Law 116-92, and further calls upon the Secretary of the Army and Secretary of Defense to recommend that Private Serna be awarded the Medal of Honor, and finally calls upon the President of the United States to act on that recommendation and award Private Serna the Medal of Honor in recognition of his courageous acts of valor and service to the United States of America. Signed this 21st day of September, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout, you want to invite your guests?
Yeah, so I believe we have we can hear from Representative Blanco on the Texas resolution if Representative Blanco is on the line, and anybody else who may be signed up for the Texas resolution, please.
Representative Blanco, do you have Miguel? Who do you have on the line?
I believe Representative
Yes,
Blanco
good
is on the
morning.
line, yes.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Representative Blanco. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for bringing forth these resolutions. They're very important, so I want to thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Court, thank you for voting on these resolutions. Good morning. I'm State Representative Cesar Blanco, here to speak in favor of both county resolutions honoring and recognizing Private Marcelino Serna and the need to award him the Medal of Honor and the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor, which is long overdue. You know, one of the greatest injustices that service members and veterans have faced really for generations, particularly minorities, is recognition within the armed forces. It is well documented the contributions of Black and Latinos in U.S. Armed Forces have been undermined and discounted for years. And this injustice is ever clear in the case of Private Marcelino Serna. You know, Private Serna's heroic acts exceeded those of most of other individuals who have received the Medal of Honor. However, he was told that he was ineligible for the Medal of Honor because, as Commissioner Stout indicated, he did not know enough English to be promoted. It was because of prejudice, because of xenophobia that our country did not give Serna the recognition that he deserved for his valor and denied him the Medal of Honor, which is the nation's highest and most prestigious personal military decoration. Private Serna served during a time of extreme prejudice, and that fact cannot and must not erase his heroic acts of immense bravery and his devotion to our country. Serna was exempt from fighting because he was not an American citizen, but as Commissioner Stout indicated, he refused. And instead, he demonstrated his loyalty and his citizenship to the United States by staying and fighting for our country. Now, this country must demonstrate our commitment to Private Marcelino Serna. You know, valor isn't prejudiced by rank or ethnicity. And, you know, someone such as Commissioner Robinson, who has served our country proudly, understands this very well. Rank and ethnicity shouldn't be an issue in awarding Serna the Medal of Honor, and this is long overdue. Our country must right this injustice and honor Serna's conspicuous gallantry and his intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty. I'd like to recognize the efforts of those who have been fighting for Private Serna's Medal of Honor. Two individuals, Ray Rivera and Greg Vera from Honoramas Veteranos. They've led this campaign to award Private Serna the Texas Medal of Honor, so they deserve recognition. I also want to recognize the American GI Forum, who has been pushing for this Medal of Honor as well. They wrote a letter to the U.S. Army, as well as Ray Rivera and Greg Vera, requesting the review of the military service record for Private Serna and his eligibility for the Medal of Honor. You know, as a military veteran myself, my family has served in every conflict dating back to World War I in this country. As a Texas legislator and a member of the American Legislative Caucus, MALC, we requested a letter with the caucus urging the U.S. to review Serna's military service record and rightfully award him the Medal of Honor. If I have the honor to continue to represent our community in the Texas Senate, I will afford and continue the work that Senator Rodriguez efforts to nominate Private Sedna for the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor that he rightfully and is recognized by our state as well. So I'll continue to push for that. It's really up to us as a community to uplift this local hero, this treasure that we have. We've got to do it together, and we've got to fight for the recognition that he deserves, which is long overdue. And I'm really just, proud of the legacy of Private Sedna that he left behind, and that he's going to continue to be an inspiration and an example to Latino and immigrant communities in the United States. So with that, I want to judge members of the Commissioner Court, in particular Commissioner Stout, for bringing this resolution, both of these resolutions, and thank you for doing this. And I strongly support the passage of both resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Thank you. It's always a privilege to have you here, and thank you and your family for the service that you've given us. And it's interesting, but as Ray Rivera and Greg and Senator Rodriguez, yourself, Commissioner Stout, it's interesting. We get to fight for what he did, right? He fought for us. Now we're fighting for him, and it's difficult to understand that we would have to do so much to do something that should be obvious to everyone. But that's the way it is, and so I thank you. It's one more evidence. I keep pushing hard that we have some of these gems, incredible, that we should be the veterans capital of the U.S. And every opportunity I have, I keep pushing that. Carl has done just a tremendous job with the county. But this is one more of those gems that we have in our community that we feel so proud about. Company E, and I was with the sculpture Julio Sanchez this Saturday, as he's working on that sculpture for Company E, and it's amazing the things that have come out of our community and the individuals and the partnership we've had with Mexico, of so many that were coming from Mexico into the United States to help us out. And that we have to, like you said, Representative Blanco, that we have to put some kind of a value in the ethnicity. You're a hero, whether it doesn't matter. I mean, you did what you did, independent of where you came from or who you are. And maybe this is a lesson for us as well, that if we accomplish this, I think there's so many others that we need to honor. So once again, Commissioner Stout, thank you very much for that. And I know you might have, hopefully, I think you have some other guests that will reinforce this great accomplishment by Marcelino Serna.
Thank you, Representative Blanco, for your service as a military member, and also as your continued service as an elected representative for the El Paso area. And thank you for the words that you provided this morning. Do we have Mr. Murillo on from the Congresswoman's office?
Yes, Commissioner Stout, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Stout and his staff for making this possible and for inviting the Congresswoman to participate. With Congress back in legislative session, unfortunately, the Congresswoman wasn't able to join us this morning. However, she's very grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of an El Pasoan who deserves far more recognition than he has received. My name is Carlos Murillo, and I'm the Congresswoman's District Representative and Grant Coordinator. And really just wanted to echo Representative Blanco's statement. Private First Class Marcelino Serna, a soldier in the U.S. Army during World War I, was an El Pasoan whose story serves as an example of the strength of the people in our binational community while reminding us of the dangers of prejudice. Private Serna was the first Hispanic soldier to be awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, who during his service repeatedly demonstrated exceptional bravery. Private Serna scouted dangerous areas alone, outlasted heavy sniper fire, and at one point single-handedly captured 24 enemy soldiers to secure a strategic position. His courage was remarkable, and his integrity was unrivaled. as shown when he stopped his fellow American soldiers from executing those 24 prisoners that he had just captured. The Army soon realized that Private Serna was a Mexican national, and he was given an opportunity to discharge, yet he refused in order to continue serving alongside his fellow soldiers. Private Marcelino Serna is the most decorated World War I veteran in the state of Texas, and his conduct represents the best of our military. Despite this, he was told that he was ineligible to receive the Medal of Honor because he did not know enough English to be promoted. Records indicate that Private Serna may have been denied solely because he was a Mexican-American immigrant. Prejudice has no place in our armed forces. It is long past time to right the wrongs of our past. Thank you again, Commissioner Stout, for sponsoring these resolutions, and thank you to every one of the commissioners and the county judge for voting in their favor and recognizing Mr. Serna's military service appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murillo, and our best and thank Congresswoman Escobar for all her support on these veteran situations, especially this one in particular. So thank you very much for that. Commissioner Stout?
Do we have anybody else signed up for public comment?
Not for this item, Commissioner.
Okay, I just wanted to also read in a letter to the record that Representative Mary Gonzalez, who's our state representative for District 75, she sent to the court, and I'd like to read that into the record as well. She says, Dear County Judge and Commissioners, I'm writing in support of the two resolutions before you today. First, a resolution calling upon the State of Texas Nominating Committee and the Governor to recommend and award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to Private Marcelino Serna. Second, calling upon the Secretary of the Army, Secretary of Defense, and the President to recommend and award a Medal of Honor to Private Serna in recognition of his courageous acts of valor and service to the United States of America. Private Serna immigrated to the United States from Mexico, and seeking to demonstrate his commitment and loyalty to his country, he volunteered to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces in World War I at the age of 20. He was stationed in France in the 355th Infantry of the 89th Division, and when it was discovered that he was not a U.S. citizen, he was given the opportunity to return home. Instead, he chose to stay and fight for his country. During his service, Private Serna displayed exceptional bravery. For example, he volunteered to scout dangerous areas alone and single-handedly withstood heavy sniper fire in order to capture 24 enemy soldiers, and he upheld international humanitarian law governing armed combat by preventing prisoners from being executed. In recognition of his courage and bravery and service, he became the most decorated World War I veteran in Texas, with awards from the United States, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom. He was also the first Latino soldier to be awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. Minority service members like Private Serna have gone historically unrecognized, and we have the opportunity to rectify that by bestowing Private Serna with awards befitting of a man with such character and countless accolades. Thank you for your consideration of the resolutions and my comments. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me with any questions you may have. Sinceramente, Mary E. Gonzalez. So I just wanted to thank Representative Gonzalez for also taking the time to send that letter in. And I'd also like to thank, I'd like to echo Representative Blanco's thanks to Mr. Rivera and Mr. Vera. I have met and worked with them back when I was working for Senator Rodriguez, and they are zealous advocates for Marcelino Serna, and we thank them for their contribution to our putting these resolutions together, and also want to thank my staff as well as Daniel Collins, who helped get all of the information that we needed for these resolutions.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, and also another great advocate, Representative Gonzalez, a great veterans advocate. So thank you for that. And it just feels so good, you know, we're everyone wanting what's right and having the support from the community the way it's taking place. So look forward for a great resolution on this matter. And Commissioner Stout, once again, thank you. Our veterans are a big part of our community. We're very proud of all the veterans that we have. And as you said, Vera, you know, just continues, not only on this particular item, but everything else. So we thank you all and thank you for bringing this up. So thanks. Back to you, Caesar.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 7 members of the public who've signed up to speak today for public comment.
Our first speaker today is Cheryl Bauer.
For our participants, I'd like to remind everybody that everybody gets 5 minutes to speak to the Commissioner's Court. Everybody will be timed. Thank you.
Thank you, Caesar, for that. Go ahead. First public speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm talking today regarding a public message which was put on social media recently by Mr. Commissioner Stout, saying that 33 El Paso citizens have in recent times been killed here by police brutality. And he's calling for the immediate removal of Chief Allen and an altering of police methods. I'm calling because I've been a citizen here for about 60 years, and I've had no experience of brutality by the El Paso police. And on the contrary, I've had very pleasant situations with the police. I am a minority citizen of this community. I do not hear my Hispanic friends speaking of these kind of abuses. We feel safe here all the time. And I want to say to Commissioner Stout, we need factual evidence of these statements that you've inappropriately, I believe, put on to public media about purported killing. We need facts, not innuendo. And all of this leads to public unrest when you bring out these kind of wild claims and demands. I notice that you capitalize now regarding the chief needing to go. And I don't know, is that a threat of some kind? It doesn't sound like something that an official of the county of El Paso should be putting on public media. That is not the way to address any kind of problems of this kind. I also noticed, Commissioner, that last fall in your September newsletter, you put forth a resolution to the Commissioner's Court that President Trump should be informed that El Paso is a great and safe city, you said, last September. That was immediately after the killings that happened in the Walmart on the east side. Now, I want to know, which is it? Are we a safe and great city, or are we a place of police oppression and police killings? It cannot be both. Frankly, sir, I'm suspecting your motive. This is a friendly place. This is a peaceable place. And my friends and I and my acquaintances here in El Paso feel safe all the time. We need facts from you, sir, about these 33 brutal killings that you have purported. And I want to take this opportunity right now to salute law enforcement here in El Paso and thank them for their service. Thank you, officers. Thank you, law enforcement leaders. And I ask you to please continue to vigilantly uphold the peace here as you do every day and every night. We are thankful for you. And this is not a concrete jungle, as you have written on your message. That's a very poetic statement, but this is not a concrete jungle in El Paso. We are a Western peaceable city with an international population of many kind of ethnicities. We all live here in quiet and in peace, and we'd like to keep it that way. I'm wondering, Commissioner, what are you up to? Are you wanting to make us vulnerable to the kind of chaos and destruction by outside activists that's happened in some of these other cities of the nation? Without police protection, we will have abuse and destruction in our quiet city. And I'm asking you, sir, to provide facts about these charges against the police. And I want to know what you are up to. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Cheryl. Go ahead, Caesar.
Okay, Judge, our next speaker is Ms. Pam Ferroni.
Go ahead, Mrs.
Good
Ferroni.
morning. During this time of virtual meetings, I have been blessed to pray for Commissioners Court and our dedicated county employees. Only because of such an important issue do I take my place as a concerned citizen and speak during public comment. In the Ten Commandments, we see the Lord's desire for us to be governed by the rule of law and to live in an orderly society. These principles were woven into the fabric and foundation of the United States. We're extremely blessed to live in a land governed by the rule of law, where the role of government is to restrain evil. Those who govern by the rule of law must live by the rule of law. The book of Samuel says, "He who rules over men must be just, ruling in the fear of God." 5 points were made in Commissioner Stout's post on his county Facebook page. Point number 1, protest police brutality. What happened to teaching people to respect authority? We didn't talk back to our teachers, and we were expected to respond appropriately when approached by a police officer. It is appalling to watch the news and see people refusing to show their identification, refusing to respond to police commands, getting out of cars when they are told to stay inside, screaming that officers have no right to stop or question them, that they didn't do anything wrong. Instead of passing resolutions that state, whereas our community is safer when law enforcement does not engage with peaceful protest using tactics that escalate conflict, how about asking the question, how did those same so-called peaceful protesters suddenly find themselves armed with frozen water bottles and rocks? And where were they taught that it is acceptable behavior to get in an officer's face and scream obscenities? Point number 2 was remember the 33 lives that have been lost at the hands of law enforcement over the last number of years. I don't know where the number 33 came from, but I can tell you there were 5 people who lost their lives at the hands of our city police department in 2019. According to the annual report of offenses submitted to the FBI and to the state of Texas, there were 5 officer-involved shootings in 2019, 3 of which involved guns. Out of 15,812 arrests, 207 officers were assaulted and injured, yet only 5 people lost their lives at the hands of a police officer. What amazing restraint has been shown by the officers of the El Paso Police Department. Point number 3, to demand accountability. When there is a death at the hands of a police officer, there are 3 investigations: the PD's Crimes Against Persons Department, Internal Affairs, and the Texas Rangers. Next, the Citizen Review Board, comprised of an equal number of citizens and people from the department, is convened to review the case. Upon completion of the criminal investigation, each case is presented to the district attorney, who makes the determination as to whether the case should be presented to a grand jury, which usually happens. The grand jury hears the case and decides whether to proceed to trial. I have served on a citizens review board, and it is a sobering experience. I have watched Chief Greg Allen unashamedly weep as he prepared to fire a young officer. It is a gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching experience for everyone involved, and it is not taken lightly. No matter how much I look at this process, I do not see a lack of accountability. Point number 4, Chief Allen must go. El Paso owes Police Chief Greg Allen a debt of gratitude. His steady hand at the helm of EPPD has led El Paso from being one of the safest cities in the nation to becoming the first safest city 4 years in a row. Chief Allen provided exemplary leadership throughout the Walmart shooting crisis. Chief Allen's commitment to the men and women under his command is always evident, and the loyalty he receives from the rank and file is just as obvious. He is one of the more respected police chiefs in the United States, and we are blessed to have him as El Paso's chief of police. Point number 5, the way our streets are policed now must change now. What must change now is the unsubstantiated rhetoric, which is useful only to incite violence and place a target on the backs of our law enforcement officers, promoting the false narrative that El Paso police officers are responsible for escalating conflict because they choose to wear military-grade equipment, aka protective gear, while policing the rights of peaceful protesters who are assaulting them must stop now. We need to hold those who abuse their power accountable, but we must send the correct message. The claim that there is systemic racism in El Paso's law enforcement community is statistically not true. In 2019, out of 15,812 arrests, 8% were African Americans and 80% were Hispanic, which is a fair reflection of our community demographics. No one has designed and implemented a system to instill racist beliefs throughout our law enforcement system, and making that claim must stop now. In closing, Sir Isaac Newton's third law of motion says that for every action or force in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. We are no longer to allow this assault on our police officers. You are going to see and feel the pushback. El Pasoans are saying enough is enough. It is time to stop verbally assaulting El Paso's finest, whether it be the blue, the gray, the brown, the green, or the tan. For I know this, those assaults are certainly not our values.
Thank you, Ms. Ferroni. Caesar, please continue. Or Miguel, please.
Our next speaker, Judge, is Dora Villalobos.
Mrs. Villalobos, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out. My comments are also in reference to defunding our police department and also requesting for the resignation of Chief Greg Allen. It is clear a nerve has been struck in our country. A conversation has been started with the names of a few men and applied to all police officers. Great generalizations fueled by anger and frustration are being used to delegitimize the work of our officers do. The same officers that rush to fight the evils that we can't defend ourselves from. These officers are the front lines between civilization and chaos. Same officers who walked into Walmart on August the 3rd, where evil took place, are the same officers who are being protested against by politicians leading our crowd past the memorial at Ponder Park. Remember the lives lost and honor those that stepped into to protect our community. Defunding and redirecting funds from our police department doesn't eliminate any of the obstacles we face as a city, nor does it stop a national conversation that our officers are part of every day. But it does put our community at risk of losing the opportunities and privileges that we all have worked hard to create for our families. This rhetoric by politicians in other cities are creating hate, division, and violence against all police departments, and now here in El Paso. El Paso has fewer police officers today than we did 25 years ago, and our city has grown tremendously. Our population has more than doubled during this time. El Paso Police Department response times are poor in comparison to other cities of similar size. Our officers feel the strain of serving a city of this size with the number of officers and funding they are currently being provided. Defunding, or as some of you would call it, redirecting funds from the police department, it is not simply taking officers out of our community or limiting the resources. It is cutting programs and intervention measures needed to effectively serve a city as diverse as ours. A city that has been on or topped the safest city in America, listed by many because of the officers like ours. El Paso Police Department was one of the earliest large city forces to implement the full-scale crisis intervention unit in an effort to reach people experiencing a mental health crisis. With mental health-related police calls rising every year, our officers are the first to respond and provide immediate intervention. As a community, we need to ensure our officers have the support, training opportunities, and resources required, not only to do a job, but to thrive in it and reach our community to full extent of their capabilities. We need to continue to foster the kind of community engagements we have grown to expect from our officers and their families. A large majority of our officers were born and raised in El Paso. They have chosen to devote their lives to serve our community, one they love and are proud to serve under the leadership of Chief Greg Allen. Many of these officers have given their lives in protecting ours. They are an essential piece of all that makes our city beautiful and safe place with a promising future. This needs to be a conversation of full support and enrichment, not defunding or redirecting funds. This would be a huge mistake, and our city would feel the effects of the decision for many years to come. I want to thank you for your time. I hope these sentiments are placed on your hearts and minds as they are on mine every time my loved ones put on that uniform and set out to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villalobos. Go ahead, Miguel.
Judge, next speaker we have is Harriet Schneider.
Go ahead, Ms. Schneider.
About Marcelino Serna and to hear about his bravery, and I hope that what you have resolved will come to pass. So that was very interesting. Thank you. I'm also speaking to Commissioner Stouter about his tweet on September 15th. He's unequivocally calling for the removal of our police chief, adding that we must change the way streets are policed. Based on what data? The burden of proof is on the commissioner to provide solid evidence that such a divisive and disruptive move is needed. We have a wonderful, warm, friendly community here in El Paso. I've lived here 60 of my 72 years. As a former administrator with a local school district, I regularly travel to schools in every type of neighborhood in this city, high income, low income, center of the city, outside the city. Never once did I feel uncomfortable or unwelcome in any of these neighborhoods, even though I'm in the minority here as a non-Hispanic person. This city has wonderful unity, as has been demonstrated since the terrible tragedy which happened last August. Now we have a public official making unsubstantiated claims about our police department, and this, as other speakers have noted, it does nothing but sow discord in our midst. Mr. Stout, if you want to know what we are concerned about here, we are concerned that we might see our crime rate skyrocket, as has happened in cities which have begun assailing the police and moving to defund them. We are no doubt, as a city, in agreement with 64% of those surveyed by an ABC News poll in June. Those people oppose defunding the police and transferring funds to other entities, 64% of those polled. What are we concerned about? I'll tell you, we are primarily concerned about the terrible state of our streets, our high public debt, our soaring property taxes. Those are the real concerns that we're concerned about. So please address those instead of coming after our very able police chief and our police force. Again, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mrs. Schneider. Go ahead, Miguel.
Our next speaker is Melissa Bailey.
Hi. I want to comment on what Commissioner Stout said about our concrete jungle. Being a police wife, we watch every day across the country officers being attacked and killed because of their uniform and badge. When Commissioner Stout makes comments like this, that he doesn't provide evidence to each one of us wives take a sigh and a deep breath and wonder if our officers are going to face the same consequences because of the narrative that politicians and city leaders are pushing. With no evidence, no finding of facts, a few people showing up supporting BLM and all of that. We listened to the prayers made prior to this and asking God, we're Christians. God said all lives matter, all. That's including our police, they're human. Our police chief has, like they said, 4 years dedicated to making the city the safest city. I moved here from Seattle and Portland. I know those cities, spent most of my life there. And I can tell you that the things that you see going on there is because of their leadership. We don't want that here. And as a police wife, I shouldn't worry about my husband putting on his uniform, going out to do his job, and somebody making a 5-second decision that not only affects their lives, but my life and the city's life. And these comments is exactly what happens. You put a target on our men and women's back. And all for what? To be voted in, to suit the narrative. These men and women do this job because they love their community. And like many have mentioned, most of these guys are from here. The men and women, they've grown up here. They know their city. If they didn't, many of them are married here and have families here, extended families. Some went from the military and decided to stay here. Why? Because it's a beautiful, unified city. Why the division? Why do you want to start that here? Chief Allen has done an amazing job. He is always accountable. His door is open and his men respect him. I cannot understand why you would take this beautiful community and want to drive this narrative here of all places. You know, I mean, we sat there and read that tweet over and over, and we're just completely beside ourselves on why you would state something like that with no evidence, no facts behind it. You have some accountability in this. If any officer is injured or killed, the blood would be on your hands. This is not right. This is not our community. You owe our law enforcement better, our chief better. He has done an amazing job. And I think that you should think about what you're doing. This is our children's future, our family's futures on the line. You have a chance to change the narrative. You have a chance to make a difference. Unite. Racism, it's in every one of us. It doesn't matter if we're a police officer, a nurse, or a doctor. It has to change within all of us, the whole society. You can't label one group and say they're the only ones, when we know that it's something that every human is capable of doing. You need to think about what you're putting out there on social media and how that affects everybody. I shouldn't have to worry on top of trying to help my kids with the COVID and being online schooling and trying to, you know, support my officer, and then to have to worry if he's actually going to come home, or if somebody's going to walk up and shoot him because he's sitting in a patrol car, or one of his fellow officers. If I'm going to get a call from a wife saying my husband's been killed. No, you don't have that right to do that. You have a right to make a change in our community, to unify us, to help us build stronger unity. But what you said was wrong. And that's about all I have to say about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Miguel. I'm sorry, and it's Alexis. I keep saying Miguel. I believe it's Alexis. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Mendez.
Good morning.
Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you for
Mendez.
allowing us the platform. Hello?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Mendez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me this platform. This is also in reference to our EPPD and the calling of the firing of our Chief Allen. I am in support of our El Paso Police Department and Chief Allen. EPPD has proven to be ahead of the national curve with police reform and accountability. There's already a review board, a citizens review board, to make sure that EPPD officers are held up to standard if they happen to be in a circumstance that they have to be reviewed. There is a specialized unit called a crisis intervention team for 911 calls involving people with mental health issues or possible health issues in dangerous situations when they can hurt somebody. Usually it's a family member making that phone call. These units have an EPPD officer and a licensed counselor to de-escalate and to help. We are definitely ahead of the curve. Let's not forget, our EPPD answered the call on August 3rd, 2019, when hate came to our hometown. EPPD answered the call bravely, diligently, and professionally. Chief Allen has time and time again proven to be a great leader and also happens to be a minority. I stand with our EPPD and Chief Allen. Let's stay El Paso strong. Keep El Paso strong. Commissioner Stout, let's build a bridge and denounce hate and division. It does not belong here in El Paso. We need to stand behind EPPD. They have done a wonderful job. Let's stay united, and let's not make this about a political national agenda that has been waged against our police officers nationwide. There is a war. I am not an angry police wife. I'm a scared police wife. Please don't do this on social media. Support our APPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendez. Alexis?
Yes, Judge, our final speaker today is Holly Cobb.
Go ahead, Holly.
Go ahead.
This opportunity to speak with you, and I echo the sentiments of basically everyone who has spoken. But you know, the thing that is amazing is that I think the commission, the county commissioners, should be making decisions based on data and results, not based on political pandering. And I'm very disappointed at David Stout's comment on social media. I think it is inflammatory, racist against our incredible police chief, who's exemplary in all the United States. And we don't need to bring, anarchy, chaos, and rioting to El Paso. We've managed to avoid that because of his leadership. And I can't understand what Commissioner Stout was thinking when he posted that on there. But I'm calling for him to remove that post and speak in support of the brave men and women who serve us in law enforcement. I'm also calling for Commissioner Stout to be held accountable for making this statement about 33 lives lost at the hands of our police. I'd like to see where any one of those was related to or ruled as police brutality. I haven't even been able to find that statistic that he cited anyway. But, let's talk about accountability. Elected officials are leaders. They set the tone for our city. And I think Commissioner Stout's comments and sentiments are incredibly negative for El Paso and give license to people to put a target on the back of our very brave law enforcement. So let's talk about accountability. And if Commissioner Stout would remove that post from social media, and he would present evidence to his claims that we actually have rampant police brutality in El Paso, because we've seen no evidence of that. And what he's posted has been incredibly dangerous, as you've heard from the spouses of our brave officers. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I really hope that the commission will hold one another accountable for what you say, because words do have consequences. And those words were inflammatory and put a target on the backs of our brave law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Go ahead, Caesar, back to you, please.
This concludes our public comment. Item number 7, presentations. Receive a presentation recognizing the County of El Paso as the Making a Difference Gold Award recipient of Aetna Life Insurance Company's Wellbeing Award Program.
Go ahead,
Good morning,
Sam.
Judge, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Sam Trujillo. I'm the Senior Deputy Human Resources Officer for the County of El Paso. Judge, it is my privilege today to help recognize some hardworking and dedicated county employees whose efforts have led to a very prestigious award that will be presented to the court today by Aetna's Senior Director of Sales and Account Management for the county's Strategic Employee Health and Wellness Program. Our wellness program is only a few years old, and it was developed to address what we saw as a major gap in our medical plan. Over the years, our benefits team have worked hard to improve the medical plan through various items that we've brought before the commission, like plan design changes, special programs, pharmacy changes, and network changes. Even with all these changes, we saw that we were still missing something that would empower our employees to take control of their own health. So one day, Judge, we sat down with a blank piece of paper and we started writing what ultimately developed into our county's strategic employee health and wellness plan. Today, we have prepared a short presentation for the court on our strategic employee health and wellness plan. But instead of hearing from me today, Judge, I'd like you to hear directly from our frontline personnel. And these are the people whose efforts have made this award possible. So first, I would like to introduce our benefit supervisor, Berenice Acosta, and ask her to highlight the content of our wellness plan. Berenice?
Thank
you,
Sam. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you, Alexis. We have a presentation prepared for you. If we can go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. As Sam mentioned, when we developed the Strategic Health and Wellness Plan, we started with a mission and a basic set of goals. The mission of our wellness program is summarized by providing a program that targets the chronic conditions of our employees, education and activities that promote healthy lifestyles, create increased productivity and engagement while achieving healthcare savings. The goals within the plan include building a healthy and safe environment, expanding quality preventative services in both clinical and local settings, empowering people to make healthy choices, and of course, empowering people to achieve their individual health goals. Also within our plan, we developed a range of strategies, which included health risk assessments, wellness screenings, wellness education, physical fitness, annual well-person visits, smoking cessation, disease management, telemedicine, access to third-party fitness center, and of course, very soon, access to the on-site fitness and wellness center. Our wellness team was tasked with implementing, administering, and tracking the range of strategies within the strategic plan. With that, I will now hand it over to our wellness coordinator, Sabian Solis, who will go over some of our 2019 metrics under our annual report. Sabian?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Sabian Solis, Wellness Coordinator with the Human Resources Department. An analysis of the most prevalent conditions was conducted for a total of 2,766 employees. Can we get the next slide, please? Oh, there we go. An analysis of the most prevalent conditions was conducted for a total of 2,766 employees. The results of the analysis will enable the county to develop wellness strategies that specifically target identified diseases, especially preventable, such as diabetes, obesity, and high blood pressure. The employee participation from 2019 was used to generate the top chronic conditions report, as shown before you, in which hyperlipidemia, obesity, and hypertension were among the top 4 conditions. With this data, we can target the diseases most prevalent with wellness strategies to create a positive impact upon our employee health. By targeting the most prevalent conditions, we'll be able to serve more employees compared to targeting low prevalent conditions such as osteoarthritis and cataract that affect a lower population of the county employees. Next slide, please. Our wellness screenings are a strategy that provides several important measures that assist in determining risk level of a person for a certain disease, medical conditions, and especially establish a health baseline. With all the measurements combined, the risk for heart disease, stroke, and diabetes can be assessed. It is important for early risk detection and intervention as it allows for the possible preventative of diseases before they are prevalent. This is significant as it impacts the reserves are less expensive to prevent diseases as it is to treat them. Next slide, please. Moreover, the results are shown before you as they were gathered from our health risk assessment and wellness screening. The data is collected each year to show the positive impact made by the wellness program. Through our dedication to improve the health and wellness of the county employees of El Paso and their families through targeted disease-fighting strategies, education, and activities, there is no limit to the life-changing impacts we can make together. I will now pass the presentation over to Ruby Munoz, who will be speaking upon the wellness activities offered by the County Wellness Department. Ruby.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Ruby Munoz, Wellness Specialist with the Human Resources Department. The table shown shows the qualifying activities that our employees have a chance to participate in throughout the year. With the completion of each activity, They are then entered into the end of the year raffle and randomly selected to win one of the following gift cards: $1,000, $750, or $500. Aside from the raffle prizes, employees may also receive an alternate incentive at the time of completion throughout the year. We offer incentives to some of our top wellness activities. Our most valuable prize is the Fitbit. The Fitbit supports your goals by tracking your steps and monitoring your heart rate. It is a great tool to hold you accountable in reaching your daily wellness goals. Our incentives range from a Fitbit down to a water bottle, allowing each incentive to help support any fitness and wellness goals one may have. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, it's the previous slide? Yes. Tracking our attendance for wellness seminars and wellness activities help us determine the classes brought to the wellness program for the following year. We choose our classes based on our population and our top 5 most prevalent health risk factors. In 2019, we had a total of 151 classes and events with a total of 959 employees in attendance. Our most popular seminar being Healthy Holiday Eating. Next slide, please. As one of our biggest goals is keeping employees motivated and engaged, we market each of our wellness events and seminars by posting flyers on our planner displays throughout the county, as well as sending admin emails to all employees on a weekly basis. Some of our flyers include recipes and healthy tips, like infusing your water with fresh fruit and herbs. Now we will present a quick video that highlights moments of our health fairs, flu shot events, and on-site wellness screenings. This video highlights some of our wellness program's efforts to support our county employees and their families by encouraging well-being in their daily lives, one event at a time. Our commitment to promote well-being doesn't stop here. We continue to look for different ways to make an impact in our employees' lives. It fuels and motivates our team to continue to provide a variety of wellness tools, resources, and trainings, especially during these challenging times. To conclude our presentation, I would like to hand it over to Melissa Carrillo.
Thank you, Ruby. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. As you have just heard, there's great reason to be very proud of this team and their wellness efforts. I'm incredibly proud to work alongside this group of individuals who dedicated themselves each and every day in the programming and the coordination of healthy and wellness events from a holistic perspective for our employees and their families. More than ever, this is a time we need to be focused on what we're doing about living healthier lives when it comes to physical health, mental health, and spiritual health, or mind, body, and soul. I'm incredibly grateful to this team and all their efforts with the programs to help our county family, as I know that is one of, if not our most important value here at the county organization. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Darren Bruton with Aetna, who is going to be presenting the 2020 Wellness Award. Darren?
Thank you. Hello, judges and commissioners. It's an honor to be here before you today, even if it's only via video conference. On behalf of the entire team here at Aetna, we'd like to congratulate El Paso County on achieving a Workplace Wellbeing Award. The county is a Gold Award winner. It's one of only 2 organizations in our entire region to achieve the gold status. It's the highest status that we have. Criteria involved in measuring this is really looking at many of the things the team just spoke to, which is employee participation in your program, the process on how you improve and drive participation in the program, an evaluation of an application of incentives, and then maybe most importantly, a look at the health outcomes that are driven based on the program. And so as the team indicated, awards like this do not happen on accident. The entire county and those of you on the court should be commended for the commitment that you've made to workplace well-being and the tremendous benefit that has on the employees of the county and their families. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Thank you.
Go ahead, Melissa, and then I'll provide some comments after you or Sam speak.
Oh, okay, perfect. That is the short presentation we have for you. And of course, Mr. Darren Bruton's awarding for us. We're very, very proud, Judge. For years, many years now, we've been working on wellness and what can we do. We knew that it wasn't going to happen overnight. We knew that a lot of it was going to stem from the education piece so that the employees first understood why this even matters. And the idea is that as we continue working towards the best, healthier versions of ourselves, that's different for everybody. But if we're aware, if we continue to educate and we continue to put their health and wellness first, we really are committed not only to transforming their lives, but their family lives and ultimately the community, in whole. So we're grateful for the work that we do. We thank you so much for the support that you give us when we talk about wellness. Wellness sometimes, gets lost in translation. People may not always understand the benefits, but it is important for humanity. It's important for the lives, but it's also important for the business. And we hope that you see that, and we hope that you continue supporting us well into the future.
Thank you, Melissa. I don't know if Sam, if he had any final words, or can I go ahead and comment on?
I think you can comment now, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Well, Melissa and Sam, thank you and your team, the presenters. Thank you very much for that. Darren, recognizing employees is such a big part of getting us focused, going in the right direction. And this is the timing. I've been very involved in wellness programs throughout my life and working in various large organizations. And I don't know of a single initiative that has such an impact on our employees, an impact on their families, on the outcome. It's very complicated. It's very complicated to address wellness because every single organization has certain profiles and challenges that we have to address, and to arrive at that is very important. So this recognition is very dear to my heart, because I know what happens with respect to the health, but also know that a healthy employees create a healthy organization. Productivity is better, morale is higher, our efficiency, addressing absenteeism. But once again, and I've said it over and over, anything that we do for employees that ends up impacting the entire family is one of the best things that we could do. Because as someone that works, and that we get recognized on something that helps our family to be healthier as well. So really, thank you for that. And I would like to say that there's no time that this is more important as to what we're addressing now. We've uncovered a lot of things with COVID, a tremendous amount of things that we need to address. But one of the things that, we could wait for vaccines, we could wait for a lot of different things, but we know that one of the best protections that we will have is being healthy. Have you noticed some of the things that you recognize as being a challenge for us, were some of the underlying issues of so many people and so many souls that died in our community? The highest being, the diabetes, the blood pressure issues, heart disease, And these, 95% of the individuals, or it might even be more, had an underlying condition. So our best protection is to be healthy. If we're healthy, we can have COVID and address the illness and come out of it. But if you're not healthy, it becomes a very serious situation. I know that educating our employees is also quite a domino effect, because when they change, their family changes. But sometimes not everyone has the resources and the information and the knowledge to make those changes. So I ask all our employees, thank you for participating. I hope you appreciate that this is a recognition that has to come because we all are cooperating. But the next step is make sure you take it, you carry it forward. Make sure that what you're learning and the things that you're addressing also is something that helps your family to be healthier. We have a beautiful community. This is one big step towards making it a very healthy community. So Melissa, thank you very much. And your team, you have a wonderful team, as we all know. But what a great recognition. These are the kinds of recognitions that go beyond, for the results or, all these things that we do sometimes to recognize organizations. And this one might be sort of subtle in a way because people might not recognize it, but I can tell you the impact on an organization to receive this kind of recognition is very, very important. So Darren, thank you for taking the time, for being here with us. Thank you for expressing your thoughts, and we accept it with tremendous amount of humbleness. But thank you for allowing us to be part of this great recognition. I know the commissioners themselves have really pushed hard for some of the things that we now have that makes us a healthier organization. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Leon, I'd love to hear from you as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to echo your words, Judge. Very well said. And Melissa and Sam and your team, congratulations. I saw the award and heard that it was one of two. And I see that award as something that, as the judge said, that it'll keep one of our, a dad, a mom, a brother, a sister on this earth longer. That really signifies our county family being healthier, living longer, being with our families longer. So it's hard to put a number on what we prevent. And I tell you, we're preventing a lot. So again, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, thank you very much. This great presentation as always. And I love these things on Monday as we deal with so many things, but this is such a highlight for our organization. One more feather on our cap, okay? And a great feather at that. Thank you. Betsy, thank you also. Don't want to be remiss and thank you for the support of having the support you give your team and HR and it is coming from HR. You probably have a deeper appreciation than most of us to understand all the dimensions that are reached when we have a healthy organization. So I don't know, Betsy, if you want to comment, to give you the opportunity as well.
Thank you, sir. I think you all covered it really well. I am very proud of our team and the work they're doing. And I really appreciate when we stop and reflect on the work they're doing, because it's just our nature that we're already thinking of how to make it even better. And so it's important that we take these moments and reflect on the award-worthy work that they're doing and appreciate that. And it drives us to give even more for our employees and their families and our organization. So thank you, Judge. And thank you to Melissa and the team. Sam.
Commissioner Stout, do you have a comment, or I see you come up on the screen, so. Okay, well, thank you very much, Melissa.
I agree with everything that everybody has said. This is a great program, great work. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Okay, well, let's move forward, and once you have a great, you should have a great week with this kind of recognition. I'm sure everybody's pretty excited about achieving this. Thank you. And Edna, thank you very much for contributing to this, opportunity to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much, commissioners. And thank you, Darren. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 7B, receive a presentation to recognize the competition winners of the county's first Employee Appreciation Week.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the Human Resources Department. I believe there's a presentation. I'm not good. Thank you, Alexis. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Valeria.
Each year, the Human Resources Department coordinates the annual Employee Appreciation Picnic in an effort to recognize the hard work, loyalty, and dedication of our county employees. Next slide, please. However, due to the pandemic, it was determined that the county would host a virtual Employee Appreciation Week between September 14th and September 18th in lieu of the Employee Appreciation Picnic. Next slide, please. The committee consisted of Janet Sanchez, who served as the chair of the committee, Ruby Munoz, Lorena Rodriguez, Sabian Solis, and Tessa Jimenez. Together, they came up with a series of competitive events that our employees could participate in throughout the week. Next slide, please. Employee Appreciation Week consisted of various activities, including friendly competitive events, such as a seek and find game, post-it art competition, TikTok style dance videos or lip syncs, and a spirit week during which employees were invited to participate in themed attire for each day of the week. All activities and events were coordinated and participated in while following social distancing guidelines and encouraging virtual participation. 135 employees participated in these events over the last week. Next slide, please. The first event was a seek and find, in which participants identified 3 county locations and all 10 hidden objects. The winner was the employee who named correctly the locations and who found the most items. In the event of a tie, the winner was determined by those who responded the quickest. Next slide, please. The next event was a post-it art in which participants submitted creations of art using post-it notes. It was a fun way to transform or bring to life an office space and something that employees and family members could participate or do together. Next slide, please. With our lip sync, participants had to create a lip sync video that was 30 seconds to a minute in length, and family participation was voluntary. Next slide, please. Finally, we had our Spirit Week. Monday was School Colors Day, so if you're an alumni or whichever school you wanted to represent, you would wear that color. Tuesday was Sports Teams Day. Wednesday was Hawaiian Day. Thursday, Crazy Hats, and Friday was Crazy Socks. Next slide, please.
Hold on one second. The judge went on an on-hold call.
Okay.
We're going to try to call him back in. 1 second.
Okay.
Hi, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead,
Valeria.
Thank you. So at this time, it is my honor to announce the winners of each of the competitive events from the last week. Pictures of all of the submissions will be placed on the internet so that employees can see all of the fun creations, and prizes will be delivered to the winners within the next week. So therefore, for our Seek and Find, day 1 was a picture of Gallegos Park, and the winner was Jorge Morales, and the runner-up was Ricky Carl. Day 2 was an antique exhibit, with the winner being Mr. David Herrera and the runner-up Yvette Resendez. Day 3 was a Veterans Memorial Plaza, with the winner being Ricky Carl and the runner-up Christy Olivas. Next slide, please. For our post-it art, first place and second place, there was actually a tie. So Desiree Gomez had Wakanda Forever, and Laura Rowett had Baby Yoda. So together they won first place. For second place, Isaac Varela had Comics, and Martin Del Hierro had Bit Mario. With third place going to the Northeast Tax Office with Personalized Plates. Finally, we have our lip sync competitive winners. First place went to Miguel Mendez with Backstreet Boys, which we will see in just a moment. Second place to Francisco Rios with Justin Bieber. And third place to Georgino Ruiz with Defying Gravity. And so there is a link to the video, which we can share.
Wow.
I believe, I'm not sure if the sound came out on that, but it was a great video, and there was a lot of fun participation and submissions that the judges has a really great time doing this. So congratulations to all of the winners. Actually, we have one more, which is Spirit Week. So the winners of Spirit Week for Monday School Colors was Monique Garcia. Tuesday is Sports Teams Day, and Leanne Luna won that day, as well as for Wednesday, Hawaiian Day, and for Thursday, Crazy Hat Day. Friday, Crazy Socks, Miss Judge Joseph Sterlitz is the winner of that day. Next slide, please. We'd like to give a special thank you to the picnic committee, to the ITD department, who always helps us put up the registration for these events. And finally, to our judges, which consisted of Michael Martinez, who is currently the city manager for Sunland Park, Monica Velasco from Fast Signs, Eva Enriquez from TEB Group, and Stephanie Shepard from El Paso United Way. Lastly, yes, just a big thank you to the judges who had a very difficult task in reviewing and judging the participation of all of our creative and inspired employees. Are there any questions?
No, just once again, my goodness, you almost pull off a virtual almost as good as in reality. I mean, this is so nice, and you know, HR always knows almost what is necessary at any given time, and we're going through such difficult situation. But one of the things we said is that we want to come out when COVID is no longer one of the challenges, that we don't look back and regret that we didn't take advantage of technology, of anything that we need to do to continue to allow our employees to feel like part of it. This bonding that takes place with all these activities, that's what takes us forward when we're back and things are behind us, and as they will, you know, this too shall pass. And when we get there, we haven't missed out on this bonding process that employees need. The best organizations feel like a family, and we know that. I mean, they feel like a family, and you don't just forget about your family and say, okay, we'll see you at the other end of COVID. And I'm hoping that the county employees recognize that HR has continued moving forward. So this is quite an exceptional initiative, and we thank you for keeping things moving forward. And the state of the county is coming up, and we'll be able to recognize so many employees and so many individuals. I feel so proud. I know I spend most of my time is thanking you, because it's a commissioner's court. We do a lot of things, a lot of great things, but we can't do them without the employees. So I'm really hoping that Miguel is going to help me out with doing it. Instead of talking, I'm going to sing through the entire state of the county, and he's going to help me be as good as he was today. So our own Miguel did a great job. So it was pretty incredible. But it shows our talent, right? The people that help us are very talented, and we're very appreciative. So once again, HR, kudos to all of you. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for, as we've always said, we're never going to let anything define us. Not August 3rd, not COVID. It's not going to define who we are, or just push down that spirit that we have. Very proud of being part of this county family. So thank you very much. Thank you. Betsy, any further comments from your amazing team?
Judge, thank you all so much. Valeria, thank you so much for the overview, and to the team that put it together. It was really fun. My own office would share what they were doing. One day I came online and I expected to be the only person wearing a crazy hat. And I came online for my team meeting with my group, and there were several crazy hats on the screen. And it really brightened my day, and I'm sure it did for many others. It gave us something fun to look forward to. And when we can have a little fun at work, it makes our employees more productive. And that's what's important, is that we don't lose sight, even in the hardest of times, that we can still have a good time working together and getting this job done, serving our community. Thank you for the opportunity to mention this, Judge.
Thank you all.
Yeah, a fun workforce is a very productive workforce, and morale's better, everything's better. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Judge, this is Miguel. Regarding the YouTube video, just for the people watching, I had to kill the audio only on our YouTube feed because of copyright issues. But you can still access the video through HR's presentation that was left on the agenda. And my world tour will start after the pandemic.
Yeah, I was when I saw Miguel's name on there, I was thinking, oh, maybe he's gonna do his cover of Purple Rain, because he's a pretty avid and strong karaoke singer, and so I thought he was gonna do Purple Rain. But hey, Backstreet Boys is fun too.
Typically, we would say keep your day job, right? In this case, I don't know. I don't want you to lose your day job, but I can't say keep your day job because it didn't work out. No, this is really nice. So thank you for keeping it fun and spirit. That spirit that we have as county employees, and that professionalism. So thank you very much. Thank you, Caesar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, with your permission, we'd like to pull one of the items up from a little further down on the agenda from Public Works, item number 25.
I just have one item that was pulled by Commissioner Stout, and we have some people on the call. So if you don't mind going back to that item Commissioner Stout pulled, and then we'll take that one first, and then we'll go to your recommendation.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
That was item number, let me read that in, sir. 1 second.
Item 4C.
Yeah.
4C.
Item 4C, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an interlocal agreement between El Paso MHMR, doing business as Emergence Health Network, and the El Paso County Attorney for the provision of legal services related to the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Pilot Program, contract number 2020-0830.
Thank you. Thanks, Judge, and commissioners for allowing me to pull this item. It was on a consent, but it's a program that I wanted to be able to inform the public about. I think it's something that's really important. It's a pilot program that EHN is working together with our county attorney's office. It's an assisted outpatient treatment program. Basically what they're doing is creating another treatment option for folks who are under court order. We commit people, but we don't have a court supervised outpatient program. And one of the problems there is that once someone is released, people can lose support and can become incompliant, and therefore possibly decompensate in the mental health area. And so, it becomes an issue with the revolving door and people just getting back into more issues. Oftentimes, folks are picked up for other issues, and so this offers a step down arrangement for where the person is released from the hospital, but under court supervision, so EHN was able to get a hold of a grant to help with this for support staff, and so I have Chrissy Doherty is on the line, and also Eddie Sosa from our county attorney's office. But the reason I wanted to pull it because I think it's a great program, and I wanted the public to hear a little bit more about it. So I don't know who wants to go first. If Eddie, you want to go first, or if we want Christy to go first, but take it away.
Commissioner, this is Eddie Sosa. Good morning. This is Eddie Sosa with the County Attorney's Office. You've already laid out most of the points that I would have made on this program. I will just say that the County Attorney's Office fully supports it and asking the court to approve the agreement. As you say, it adds another option to court-ordered mental health treatment in El Paso. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Christy Doherty. I'm the CEO for Emergence Health Network. A little more, if you don't mind, Commissioner, I'll give just a little bit more detail on the program. As the Commissioner said, assisted outpatient treatment. It is an evidence-based practice for delivering outpatient treatment under a court order for adults with a severe mental illness. They do have to meet specific criteria, such as a prior history of repeated hospitalizations or arrests. It is a tool for assisting individuals that are most at risk for negative consequences for not receiving treatment. The AOT will focus on reasons why there has been treatment not adherence, which include deficits in cognitive functioning, financial and transportation barriers, lack of community support, and prior negative experiences with treatment, providers, or medications. Our AOT treatment team consists of a psychiatrist, a local or a clinician, such as a licensed professional counselor, a licensed chemical dependency counselor, a licensed vocational nurse, as well as a qualified mental health provider. As the Commissioner said, we did receive a grant from SAMHSA along with that coincides with our certified community behavioral health clinic certification that we recently received. That's going to allow us to partner with the county attorney's office to provide legal support to these individuals. The grant will allow us to pay for the county attorney to provide legal support to include filling out legal documentation as well as support during status hearings. So this is allowing us to provide that financial support to the county attorney's office in these for these individuals that are going to be under the assisted outpatient treatment program. So we're really excited to work with the county attorney's office on this program. It is providing another treatment option for individuals who have failed in traditional outpatient. So this will give them an opportunity to get the treatment they need and be more successful. So we appreciate the support in that and Mr. Sosa's work on the interlocal to be able to stand up this program.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Just again, I want to thank y'all. I mean, this is a great example of partnership that the county has with EHN, and we're going to be filling a really needed, really important gap in service here, and a lot of work was put in to get this going. And so I just want to thank Eddie Sosa and his team and Joanne Bernal. our county attorney, and of course, Ms. Doherty and Crystal Davis over at EHN for all the work that was put into bringing this program to fruition. So EHN will be voting on it, I think, in our October meeting. But once that happens, we'll be moving full steam ahead. So with that, I'll unless anybody has any questions, I'll move to approve the item.
And if I could add, we've already have
yes.
a few individuals
Christy,
that have started this program, so it is underway.
Great.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Daughter. Well, what a great partnership. We all know how we feel about our legal team and our county attorneys. And Eddie, thank you so much for being part of this partnership. Christy is always, one step ahead. We're doing some great things in the area of mental health that sort of I believe, lead the state and the things that we do here in El Paso. So great partnership. As always, Commissioner Stout, your advocacy for mental health in this area is always really important. And we thank you for that, being part of on the board and being part of this process. So I don't know of anyone doing as much for mental health and forensics and combination of mental health in every dimension. It's quite, if anybody, was here in El Paso when there was 2 mental health therapists in the entire county, we had to, I don't know. We didn't do much. We just sort of got overwhelmed and was trying to figure things out. So if anybody has an appreciation of where we are now from where I started, it's myself. I'm very, very impressed with the things that happen in our community. So once again, thanks for these initiatives, our partnership, sharing our county attorneys. As you know, I'm very privileged administration. I know Betsy's, we all feel very privileged to have that caliber of county attorneys. So great partnership. So thank you. So go ahead. I think I can second now.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Eddie, Christy, have a great week. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caesar.
Judge, we also have one quick housekeeping item in addition from consent agenda. Could I ask for a motion to reconsider item 4B? We need to delete this item. First, we need a motion to reconsider, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number...
Caesar, just on real quick, there's some items that I'd like to have. We might have to go a little further into our lunch. We've always wanted people to be able to coordinate their lunch and not wait. So it might be a little further into like around 12:30. But I think, Betsy, I think we've got item 9, 18, and 25 with a lot of participants. So if you could put them in some order where they are addressed, and we're able to get to each one of them before our lunch break. So that's item 9, 18, and 25. And I know we have several participants in those items.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy.
Item number 4B, just to clear this one out, item 4B, postponed from September 14th, 2020. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign an interlocal agreement with the University of Texas at El Paso to conduct and develop a research project in partnership with the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank and Kelly Memorial Food Pantry regarding the impact of COVID-19 and its increase in demand for food, and identify areas of El Paso County that have highest concentration of households experiencing food insecurity resulting from COVID-19. contract number 2020-0737. If I could ask for a motion to delete this item, please. We'll bring it back when it's ready.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And item number 25 from Public Works. Receive a presentation from Southwest Land Development Services Incorporated regarding the proposed public improvement district for the Tierra del Este 3 Phased 6 area.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. José Neros with the Planning and Development Department. As you can see on the backup for this item, the county has received a proposal from Southwest Land Development Services Incorporated to consider establishment of a public improvement district or PID in the East Montana area, specifically for the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 land study, which was a variance that was approved by the Commissioners Court earlier this year. At the time that the variance was approved, there was mention made to the court by both the staff and by the applicant that a public improvement district was something that was being considered to be discussed by the Commissioners Court. There was some coordination that did need to occur with the city of El Paso regarding establishing this public improvement district, given that this area is within the city of El Paso's extraterritorial jurisdiction and also within their path of annexation. At this time, the city of El Paso has indicated via resolution that they would not object to establishment of a public improvement district in this area, which allows the court to now have a more active conversation with the applicant and with staff on what this improvement district might look like. So to provide the perspective from the landowner and developer side, we do have Mr. Doug Schwartz with Southwest Land Development Services on the line to discuss a little bit about why they're proposing this, and then also some of his team members to actually walk the court through a presentation about the history of public improvement districts and what they see being the advantage, or what some of the reasons might be that establishment of PID in this area might be something for the court to consider.
Thank you, Jose. Doug, are you on the call?
I am.
Schwartz?
Thank you. And I'm just going to wanted to thank you all, County Judge and the commissioners and Jose and the rest of the staff for working so closely with us. I'm going to turn this over to our consultants, DTA, and they can explain and walk you through the entire PID process.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Judge, Commissioners Court. My name is Nate Perez. I'm a managing director with DTA. We are a national public finance firm. We do a lot of work in Texas for dozens of public agencies, typically in the sort of Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin area, but also in Amarillo as well. I'm a recovering attorney, but I'm also a registered municipal advisor with the SEC. And I help public agencies and developers figure out this sort of unique ecosystem of public finance and special districts. It's a fantastic opportunity for a partnership between two groups, and you know, where incentives and goals are really aligned. So we have a bit of a slide deck here that we've already. I've had a previous conversation with Jose, and he asked for some more detail and pushed us on some elements, and so it's beefed up since that prior discussion with staff. But I'm happy to go through elements as quickly or slowly as you would like, and also stand for any questions. Jose, would you like me to do sort of a next slide thing, or perhaps give me control? I know sometimes that can be difficult.
Yeah, no, if you just want to call it next slide,
okay.
Alexis on our IT team will go ahead and walk you through the presentation.
Sounds great. So, next slide. This is just a little bit of a background about DTA. We have offices in Dallas and Houston, headquartered in California, but we do this in a lot of different places. We're very, very active in New Mexico and in Bernalillo County and Santa Fe and down in Las Cruces and Summerlin Park area as well. So just a really, really strong feel for what public agencies need. This is a unique animal. It's not anyone's sort of comfort zone or skill set on a daily basis, and that's why typically folks like me get brought in. But we can revisit this as well. So next slide. So great. So why we're here today, and as Doug mentioned, is really the questions about TDE and trying to sort of figure out a way to amenitize and improve the site, both from a developer perspective and a public agency perspective. I'd like to walk through just maybe some procedural elements as well, because for folks who don't create PIDs every day, it can be a little bit new and a little bit labyrinthine, but certainly accomplish something that can be accomplished. And additionally, it's about that alignment, and we're going to have some examples where we show some hypotheticals of what the site might look like with a PID and without a PID. We have some initial financial parameters which we also want to present, both for infrastructure and for supplemental services, because we know that's important to the county as well. And we also have a proposed timeline and some additional notes about process and procedure. Next slide, please. So for folks unfamiliar, a PID is a special limited purpose vehicle. It is a form of land secured finance. It is the land itself is the collateral for the project, for the bonds, if you issue bonds, or for the reimbursement agreement, if you decide to just return the money on a pay-as-you-go basis. It is not. There is no pledge of county revenue. There is no pledge of city revenue. There is no moral pledge of county debt. It does not impact your credit or your rating. It is, in essence, sort of very isolated, very firewalled. And that's a real feather in its cap as a structure, and that's why these structures have gotten very, very popular in Texas over the last 10 years. It functions similarly to a MUD, and I know you guys in El Paso County have some familiarity with that. It's slightly different in that it's not as sort of a separate legal entity like a MUD is. The governing board of a PID will be this group. It will be the county court, which is a good thing from a transparency perspective, and it's a good thing from an efficiency perspective, because we can, much like today, accomplish our goals at county Monday meetings. The process to create a PID is similar to how you would create a MUD. There would be a petition from a developer, and we would define the sort of geographical boundaries of the site, and then we would define the nature of the infrastructure and the various buckets of infrastructure that we wanted to finance: roads, water, sewer, parks, community centers. I know there's definitely been a lot of discussions about a senior center on the east side. And then we would walk through the process of creating the jurisdictional boundary, and then figuring out a document called a service and assessment plan, which is sort of the nuts and bolts of the PID. Next slide. There we go. Sorry, it's a little bit collapsed on my screen because I have Jose and a couple of folks as well. So let me. Right. So from the county's perspective, it's a path to amenitize the site. It's a path to encourage the efficient financing of the sites. It's an economic development tool to increase the tax base out there. From a landowner and developer perspective, it is a way to accelerate the development of the infrastructure on the site. You don't need to value engineer things because you're developing another revenue stream that can assist with financing these millions of dollars. For anyone on the court who has a background in real estate or development, when do your costs come? They come at the beginning. There's certainly certain costs that are sort of phased in as lots are developed, but there's typically for any project, there's millions and millions of dollars up front. And that can become, that is really difficult at the best of times. And so the PID just gives us one more tool to sort of efficiently develop that cash flow for the developer, with the idea then that benefit can then be passed through or provided or shared with the public agency to create a more amenitized site and a more attractive site. Next slide, please. So as Jose mentioned, there is a little bit of a wrinkle in the PID Act in Texas. The city does sort of have a right of first refusal, if I can call it that. And the city of El Paso has sort of, I don't know what the formal term would be, but sort of passed on that right. And so the county is now sort of able, and if they're willing, to accept a petition from Southwest Land Development to set up a PID. It's typically about a 3 to 6 month process to set one up. Oftentimes, after that's done, the project and the public agency involved will want to go to the bond market to issue bonds to finance the infrastructure. What the Southwest Land Development team is proposing here is not a bond PID. It is a pay-as-you-go PID, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But it's a really nice way to protect the county, protect the residents, protect the developer. Basically, as money comes in, it will be reimbursed. There will be no debt issuance with this proposed PID, and so I think that's a really, really strong factor that we're going to talk a little bit more. So next slide, please. So what can be financed with a PID? I talked a little bit about some of the buckets of things that we can do a little bit earlier: streets, mass transit, water, wastewater. Classic trunk infrastructure. You really want to use it to facilitate the orderly development of the site, but also to amenitize the site. And we're going to have some graphics on that later a little bit. So next slide. So, from the county's perspective, and I don't certainly want to put words or ideas in the court's head, but, I do work with about 400 public agencies. So oftentimes we're sort of reviewing or peer reviewing these proposals and petitions. But, I think, as a municipal advisor, it's a strong programmatic idea because there is no pledge of county revenues. There can be, but there isn't one requested here. There's no impact. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the infrastructure will be dedicated by the developer and accepted by the county. So the county will have all the remedies and warranties and sureties that it would have when accepting any kind of infrastructure. All of the administrative costs, including all of the cost to form and get this thing set up and stood up, would be funded by the developer out of the PID. And this final point goes to a little bit of one about financial feasibility. Is we've taken a lot of steps early on when discussing the financial parameters of this possible PID to keep it reasonable, recognizing that we're in El Paso County, we're on the east side. What is the value of those homes? There's such an alignment here with Doug's group, and I believe with the county, because no one really wants to oversize this. And so I think the initial numbers that we've evaluated are really, in my opinion, quite reasonable. But we'll talk about that a little bit more as well. Next slide. I apologize for the lack of direct eye contact. I'm going back and forth between the presentation. From Southwest Land Development's perspective, it does allow them to accelerate that financing stream. It's long term, and so it provides some additional guarantees as well. If you were to go issue bonds, those bonds would typically be tax exempt, and so that's certainly a nice path, but that's not what we've included here. And typically a PID can be utilized to finance a broad range, quite a variety of public infrastructure. Next slide. I'm trying to be mindful of everyone's time. I know these county meetings can you have a lot to cover. I think we've talked a little bit about the buckets of infrastructure. The assessments that are created, they start on sort of the master parcel, the parent parcel, and that gets subdivided into sort of the child parcels, if you will. That assessment, we would recommend structuring it so it can be prepaid at any time by future homeowners. It can be partially prepaid. The assessments themselves won't be cross-collateralized, so that's a fancy way of saying what happens at 415, Main Street doesn't impact what happens at 417 East Main Street. And that's, I think another really strong tool and strong sort of vote for a program like this, because it really keeps it's sort of very individualized on a lot-by-lot basis. And then finally, because we are sort of recommending and would petition for a pit and not a mud. The administrative cost burden, especially for a project of this size, is just much, much lower and much, much cleaner and efficient. Next slide, please. I believe we've already maybe let's go to the next slide. A little bit of background about TDE. So, and Doug, you're welcome to obviously jump in as well. I think the plan itself overall, the lot count has bounced around a little bit, but approximately 4,000 lots in that community, sort of right at the city-county border, parks, schools, and a desire for more. And an amenitized site and a thoughtful site. Next slide, please. And so this is a little bit of some of the research that Jose asked us to go back and do, was to just sort of understand the site a little bit better, and I'm sort of teeing it up because we had sort of some hypothetical tax rates on an annual level, and it's difficult to understand tax rates if you don't have a sense of the real estate values out there. And so we were just sort of looking through on Trulia, Zillow, various price point studies and things like that. I think the market has been strong out there, and I think it'll I think the project will absorb. You don't really have tricky PIDs, you have tricky projects. And so we just want to make sure that the project as well it is strong and is going to be absorbed by the community. So so next slide, please. So yeah, just a little bit more detail, and you can see on the legend some potential commercial sites, parks, ponds, schools, things of that nature, all of which are going to sort of be facilitated by the PID and can sort of reach a level of design standards. And you can see sort of, it's a little bit hard to read, but with PID, without PID, and I don't know, Doug, perhaps if you, someone with, I'm just enough of an engineer to be dangerous, but as far as the nature of the paving, the nature of the hardscape, the nature of the curb and gutter, it'll just be better because we've created another financing tool for the developer to utilize, and this is the way in which the county benefits from this. I don't want to overgeneralize, but in my experience, for instance, in places in New Mexico and outside the Austin area, you can very much feel a community that has a structure like this in place versus one that doesn't. As far as the medians and the hardscape, is very, very noticeable. Next slide, please. And here's a great example. And again, I know just enough to be dangerous here, but and the with PID example amusingly is in color, and the without PID is not. I don't think that was intentional, but you can see the nature of the median, the nature of the turn lanes, the recreational amenities, and the sizing and the cutouts that can be developed for these things, because you can invest more money in your roads and your streetscape, and I think that's a good thing, but of course it needs to be balanced against the financial realities of what we're trying to accomplish. So. So next slide.
I want to add in that a big part of the PID is going to do is make sure that all the streets are built to their full width and are fully landscaped and look even better than what you see in the city. And there's also for maintenance too. I'm sorry, I got a little dog here that's coming in.
Absolutely, yeah. Next, I think that's a great point that Doug made. Is in the PID, as we've conceptualized, it has an element that will be dedicated towards infrastructure, but we've also it was very, very important for Doug's team, and they brought this idea to me. It includes an element for supplemental services, which will flow back to the county, so the county can maintain the infrastructure that we're talking about. Because you want to be very careful. If you build it, they come, and then what happens in 30 years? And so we've sort of already started to conceptualize of sort of a double barrel PID, if you will, with the sort of an A tax being dedicated towards infrastructure, the financing of that amenitized infrastructure, and a B tax or B assessment going towards supplemental services on an annual basis. So we've already talked about a little bit of this. So next slide, please. So how do we create one of these? As I mentioned, typically sort of a 3 to 4 to 6 month process. Once if you're creating a county PID, the city has to sort of pass on its right of first refusal, which has already occurred with the city of El Paso. Doug's team would provide a petition to the county, typically with a deposit to facilitate the review of that petition. You would set up the boundaries, sort of the geographical, topographical boundaries with sort of a meets and bounds survey. And the county court would approve that. And then typically at that same time, or it can come later, but I usually recommend it come during formation, is you develop a document called a service and assessment plan, that SAP. And that describes, the improvements, the cost of the improvements, how we're going to pay for those, and how we're going to sort of filter and defray that cost down to future lots and homeowners ultimately, and how we're going to apportion that cost between the developer and the future homeowners. And so it really shows, the SAP becomes the document that everyone will turn to in the future. The petition won't. The SAP will become the mechanics and those nuts and bolts. And so we believe at DTA that getting that done as early as possible so everyone can have ample opportunity to review it is really critical. So next slide, please. There are some procedural elements. Of course, you're sort of setting up a special district, and there is a public hearing that would have to come before the courts, and some public hearing notices that would have to be provided. Doug's team is already they have some experience with this. DTA would be a resource to the county as well to facilitate this. We do it for all of our public agency clients as well. It's not I wouldn't call it dizzying or difficult in any way, but like with anything that you don't do every day, there's some opportunity for foot faults. So we do our best to try to lend a hand to facilitate it so we can stay on schedule. So next slide, and I think this one is certainly a very, very interesting slide, is financial feasibility. The PID can only reimburse Southwest Land Development for dollars that is spent, which is another fantastic element of what we're describing here. The cash does not go out the door until the infrastructure has been approved, constructed, accepted, and evaluated. So as far as stopgaps and safeguards, that is probably the absolute strongest one, is that it would be structured in sort of that reimbursement method or reimbursement process. I know bonding capacity here, we're not requesting the county go out with bonds. I think this pay-as-you-go structure, which I'll outline in the next slide, is a better path, because it basically, as money comes in annually, only that money can then be reimbursed. There is no opportunity really for the county or Southwest Land Development to get out over the skis. This is a very focused, narrow PID. But we also look at effective property tax rates. We know that's really, really critical in El Paso County and in West Texas. And so we've already gone through that, a little bit of that research as well. So next slide. This is a little bit busy, but essentially what we're trying to communicate here is that how would we assess each lot? There are a lot of different options under the law, but we would, as I believe our incentives are pretty much aligned, we would want to assess bigger lots more, smaller lots less, more valuable lots more, less valuable lots less, to try to create some consistency within the community and to match the financing vehicle with the expectations. If your home is bigger, you typically expect to pay a little bit more in taxes. And I know that sounds sort of obvious, but a lot of folks have gotten in trouble for not abiding by that. Next slide, please. Look, from a technical perspective, probably misordered this slide and the next slide, but from a technical perspective, usually we get to bill these on the county consolidated tax bill. Sometimes we have to hand bill them, but it's typically subject to the same penalties and interest as any other county charge, the school district charge, the MUD charge, the city charge. But they are fully prepayable at any time, and the county would work with a PID administrator, which is a shop like mine or someone like mine. I recognize that I'm providing the presentation today, so but to sort of help facilitate that, to educate homeowners, to provide documentation in the sales trailers, notices, perhaps a website. really to educate the communities until that institutional knowledge is sort of developed within the local neighborhood. Because the county and the developer don't really exit. I mean, there's some continued education that goes on for decades, but all of the costs of that education are embedded in the PID itself. So next slide, please. So this is sort of the beginning. We took a look at sort of the base sales price. We took what are the overlapping charges that are currently out there on that site. We've taken a look at what might be some sort of comparable tax rates based on some of the other MUDs in the area and PIDs in the city of El Paso, because all real estate is sort of a comparable or comparative exercise. As you can see here, this is sort of a roughly the base price for a home. We've included, and this is just preliminary, about a $700 to $800 charge. $600 of that would be sort of directed or diverted to infrastructure reimbursement, and $175 would be collected annually on the tax bills, which is about 10 basis points for services. And if you go to the next slide, you can sort of see the power of that, especially if that sum escalates. This assumes, I believe, 4,300 lots to build out, which I think the number is currently closer to about 4,000. But, we've already sort of built into the discussion, this annual revenue stream for the maintenance of the site, for the amenitization of the site. And, it quickly reaches about $1 million a year at build out. Build out either happens faster or slower than you expect. It's always a tricky point in time, but we wanted to make sure that the county had the ability to support the streetscape and support the road network that we would be upbuilding. And so this is just sort of an example of how that would accrue on an annual basis. And so this money would be collected and then routed right back to the county, and the county would be able to decide how to use that within the PID or the areas surrounding the PID. So next slide, please. So, okay, yeah, we talked a little bit about this, and what can the PID do? Expand that master plan infrastructure, that amenitization. Expand rate base, other non-rate based revenue. I just showed you the potential what 10 basis points per home could do on an annual basis. Enhance recreational opportunities. That's something that oftentimes gets left when you're developing a community like this. Economic development. It is supporting, I think, thoughtful real estate development in communities that folks want to live in. And I think that is a form of economic development, although I know it's probably not classic EDC kind of work. But I think folks who are proud of that community and have a community that can be well managed for decades, I think that's just such a huge opportunity. So, next slide. We talked a little bit about some of these public hearing elements, so maybe perhaps go to the next slide. If I had control, I would be bouncing around a little bit, but I'm trying to go a little bit more linearly. What would be the sequence of events? This is just sort of how, once the PID is formed in about 4 to 6 months, there'd be sort of an annual roll for the county court. And this gives you some sense. Typically, this role is sort of contracted out to a PID administrator, but can also be managed in-house. And this looks a little. I think this probably makes it a little bit more complicated than it is. But every summer, you evaluate the land uses on the site, and you figure out what assessments can be levied. And actually, my firm is doing this across Texas right now. I had 3 council meetings last week. 2 in Austin, one in east of Dallas, and we sort of are basically slamming together the financial parameters and the land uses. If a lot isn't there, we can't assess it, and so the lot needs to both be platted and approved, and then recorded with the county, and then we get it on the tax roll, so to speak, and then we levy it, and then we folks pay typically, but right by January 31st of every year. We monitor delinquencies, we manage delinquencies. We send reminder letters, and all of those things, just like you would with a MUD, but it happens more efficiently when it's on the county tax bill, because you have the county, in this case you are the county, facilitating that. So next slide. trying to be mindful of everyone's time. So this is a little bit of and perhaps this is just for folks' edification at a later date, a little bit of the sequence of events. I don't want to, again, it's not dizzying or particularly difficult, but there is a process and has to, county council would be involved, and we spoke with county council when we spoke with staff a little bit, and Southwest Land Development would support that as well, and getting things published and getting things noticed. So, so next slide. So the next couple slides are actually this slide, and perhaps if you go to slide 29, actually the next slide is DTA just sort of wanted to provide a little bit of an example of the education that happens. It's really silly to set one of these up and go through the process of working with the builders, the home builders themselves, and then with the residents. And so, my firm has been pretty. This is an easy little trifold. This is a brochure. The brochure itself isn't that illuminating, but the idea that we post it, we provide a phone number for residents to call. And we provide a phone number for residents to call for years to come. And whether that's my firm or someone like my firm, in which there are several, I think this becomes a critical element, is that education and that sort of constant contact between the community and its residents, because you never want to give the impression that this was set up and then someone exited. Because, there will be infrastructure constructed over a decade plus, and then there will be that supplemental services revenue stream that can exist in perpetuity. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity, but I'm a big proponent of that education and that outreach starting day one and then continuing. So next slide. This is just a sample draw reconciliation analysis. I just bring this up to the county and to the court. This would be a pay-as-you-go revenue stream. So if $1 million was collected a year, and Southwest Land Development spent $2 million in that first year, they would only get $1 million, and they would have to wait until the next year. And then if they spent more than $2 million, they would have to wait into year 3. And so there is, as I mentioned, and I hate the metaphor, but there would be no true ability to really get out over your skis, because it would only be money in and then money out. We're not proposing a bond here. We're not suggesting that the county go out with $10 million in bonds, which would generate $8 million in a construction account that we would draw down. We would request and we would petition for a PID that is sort of hemmed in that regard, and it would be on a pay-as-you-go basis. It would be a reimbursement PID, and that would be the technical term, a reimbursement PID versus a bonded PID. And we believe that's just the best way to protect the project, protect the community, and protect the residents. Next slide, I believe, is a proposed schedule, which I don't know if it's aggressive, but it might be optimistic. I think we already missed the first one because the workshop was, we have it last Thursday instead of Monday of this week. But it's certainly doable before Q1, Q2 of next year. And the reason why we would want to be aggressive is because we would want the entire project to be included. And Doug and his team can certainly speak to this. If you wait and you miss, phases of the project might not be able to be included because you need to have them in while the master developer can still vote it in. So there's certainly some desire to move quickly, but I think there's also a desire to provide any of the resources that are needed. Next slide. Again, this is difficult to read, but the presentations in the package of materials, Jose asked us to go back and sort of look at, what are some other sample tax rates? Are you pulling it out of thin air? And we're not. And if anything, I think we're undersizing it. And so because we wanted to be careful. And so you can see some, comparable tax rates, because again, when folks go to buy a home, they ask these questions. And so we want to have as much of a feel for that as we can now. So, so next slide. I think that's just in a little bit more detail, and I'm sorry for the blinding yellow. And then the next slide as well is, I believe is the final slide, is, folks go, show me some county PIDs, and counties don't do PIDs as frequently, but it's not a function of the PID Act. It's a function of how development occurs in Texas, and the fact that the ETJ and how cities can claim that, and they can claim that a little bit more aggressively than they can in other states where the county might have a bit more of a role. And perhaps, I don't know, Jose could speak to this, but there are county PIDs in Texas. There probably aren't as many county PIDs as there would be, say, in New Mexico, because of just, I think, the pattern of land use and the pattern of land development and the nature of that. But the goal here is before the court, it is a county PID. It is a county reimbursement PID, no bonds, no debt, no big dollars on an annual basis. Only what has been spent can be reimbursed, and included with all of this would be a supplemental services revenue stream to maintain and support that infrastructure for years to come. So that is my presentation. I know you guys have a long day, and this isn't always the most interesting for some folks, but I'll stand for any questions, and I'm sure Doug and Jose will as well.
Thank you. Great presentation. Extremely educational, new to us in certain ways, and but very very important. One of the things that we've always wanted is that there wouldn't be a difference in, we want to develop the rural areas where there shouldn't be any significant difference if you're in the city or you're in the county, and this seems to be one of those opportunities to close the gap between the rural areas and the city. So, Jose, given it is complex for us, and I don't know what we're expecting at this point, but I do want to ask the commissioners if we could take this item into executive session as one of our items, just to get some legal advice on how to approach this and feel more comfortable with it. As always, Doug, it's always a pleasure. We always feel good about our partnership between you and our public works department and the things that you do in your development. So we do thank you for bringing this forth. I still feel that I would like to take it into a legal advice just to make sure we understand from our end, what is it that we need to do. So, Christina, any comments on us doing that?
Yes, sir. So if you all would like to take this into executive session, we could take it now or later. Once we go into the executive session items, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. And so the way you would pull this into executive session would be pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, discuss legal rights, responsibilities, and receive legal consultation regarding the Southwest Land Development Services, Inc., regarding the proposed public improvement district for the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 area. And so there would need a motion, a second, and a full vote by the court if you wish to do that, please.
Well, before we make the motion, I wanted to apologize that we would have to, I'd like to take it into executive sessions when we have it later this afternoon. I hope that doesn't delay that we have some, our individuals waiting here, but they could get back to us later this afternoon for any comments that we'll have based on what happens during our executive session. So I apologize for that, but we do have several items and people waiting in the wings right now for some of our items. So I'd like to go ahead and do that. Unless, Jose, do you have any comments, anything you'd like to add, but would like to take it into executive later this afternoon, unless you otherwise have a reason why we shouldn't.
Jose, if I could really quick, this is Doug Schwartz. I did want to mention that our legal counsel had suggested to the county attorney's office that maybe you all hire outside counsel that has expertise in creating MUDs. And of course, we'll pay for it. It'll come out of the prepayment. But they would work for you. We would just reimburse you for it or provide you escrow agreement to help pay for those, because this is, a different animal than what you guys are used to. And it does help to have outside counsel. I know the city on the PIDs they created, they had outside counsel as well.
Thank you, Doug, and great observations. We had thought about that, and that's one of the things that I'd like to discuss in the executive session.
Sure. Thank
Okay,
you for
thank you,
y'all's
Doug.
time. I appreciate it. We'll look back to hearing back from you. I don't know if Jose or anybody else or Nathan has anything to add.
Okay, Jose, go ahead and.
Yeah, no, Judge, I
Continue.
apologize. I was on mute. I just wanted to say that we will continue to work closely with the county attorney's office and with the developer as this moves forward, and continue to keep the court apprised of those updates. And then to Mr. Schwartz, we'll make sure to follow up with you after today's meeting about what information or what next steps the county may be looking to proceed with, if that is the direction that the court wishes to pursue.
Para español, presione 2.
Yeah,
Somebody
it's an exciting program. We just need to understand it better, as you said, Doug. But thank you very much. Like I said, your partnership always great. Thank you for bringing one more opportunity that will help us, like I said, close that gap between anything inside the county, that there's some similarity and quality of life that I think this will help us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and allowing us to allow us to do a world-class development much better than you see what's in the city, because there is a little more control over it, and again, it will allow you to help maintain that without any additional funds from the county.
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, Cesar, you want to move forward on the other items, and then we'll be back. We'll bring that back to Jose.
Yes, sir. Would you like to make a motion to move the item into executive session as stated by the county attorney's office pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And we'll bring that back in our executive session later on today.
Great presentation, by the way. Thank you. Okay,
Item number 9 from Commissioner's Court. Receive a presentation from the City of El Paso International Bridges Department, providing results from the cross-border survey of travelers through the El Paso Ciudad Juarez bridge system.
Judge, Commissioners, I believe Joaquin has coordinated with the city to have this item presented to the court today. This is a study where we've shared the results with the court from a PowerPoint, but they're going to actually cover the item. Joaquin, do you want to introduce the presenters?
Sure. Thank you, Betsy. This is Joaquin. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Joaquin Rodriguez with County Commissioner Vince Perez's office. Today we have on the line David Coronado and some of his staff to present what has been an ongoing effort by the International Bridges Department and a number of partners to better understand cross-border bridge traffic. I think it's bridge traffic and sort of the decisions that folks make when they choose to enter the U.S. or to enter Mexico is important going forward. So with that, David, take it away.
Thank you, Joaquin. Ms. Keller, thank you. Good morning or afternoon, Commissioners, County Judge. Thank you for inviting us today to talk to you about this project. Really happy to be here. If you go to the next slide, we'll be brief. I know you have quite a bit of items on your agenda that are left still. So before we go into the results of the survey, Carlos will do that. Carlos will do that for us. Wanted to give you a little bit of background on what we do at Bridges. I think this is the first time that we've spoken to the Commissioner's Court. We haven't been here before, and so wanted to give you a little background and some context before you see the project and the results of the survey. So if you don't know this, the City of El Paso owns 3 of the bridges within the city limits. We own Paso del Norte downtown, Stanton downtown, and also Isla de Zaragoza on the east side. We do not own Bogota. Bogota is owned by the federal government, and so we don't have a presence in that bridge. But for these 3 bridges, we own the bridges, we maintain them, we run the operations. We also toll the bridges, which helps the city and the general fund budget, and also helps fund projects to enhance the ports of entry, to expand capacity, to modernize the equipment, and work also with the stakeholders in the region to improve the operations and try to reduce wait times as much as we can to help the movement of travelers between our 2 cities. And so in 2015, the city manager and the city council and the mayor back then, 5 years ago, they restructured bridges. They assigned more staffing to the department, economists in particular, to try to look at the department in a different light. We wanted to essentially try to use the department above and beyond what we used in the past, which is a cash cow, essentially, to be quite honest. We wanted to reinvest back in the bridge system, trying to enhance operations. And so not only did we have additional support within the department to do all this work, and you'll see the results of that in a second here, but we also have an agreement with CBP that allows the city to provide funding to CBP dollars for additional staffing and additional overtime hours for their staff. And so it allows them to open more lanes, reduce wait times, and help travelers move between our 2 cities. And so we've done this since 2014. Now with the pandemic, we've paused the project, with the restrictions on travel, but we continue to provide support on the commercial side to try to reduce wait times for truck traffic that moves, from Juarez to El Paso. And so we continue to invest and partner with CBP in that area. And as soon as conditions allow and the restrictions are lifted, we also plan to continue providing support on the vehicle environment as well. If you go to the next slide. And so over the last 5 years, we've created a bridges steering committee that is composed of many stakeholders, more than 20 stakeholders and agencies and organizations within the city of El Paso and Juarez, to work with them and improve the operations, improve coordination efforts, work on projects, tackle all these issues with wait times, with queuing, with congestion. And so this group has really been instrumental in helping us trying to understand, keep a pulse of what's happening at the ports of entry on the ground. We work with CBP, with DPS, TxDOT, City of Juarez, the state of Chihuahua, Aduana on the Mexican side, transportistas, maquiladoras, pretty much every entity that's involved in the bridge system, not only the ones that run the operations, but also customers. We have many maquiladora associations in our group. And so we do a lot of coordination with them. Before the pandemic, we were meeting with them once a month. We continue doing that virtually, now virtually, but I still continue to meet with them once a month to review the operations, see what's happening at the ports, try to track wait times, the projects, and try to work together on many projects. One example is the one that we have on the screen here, is the state funding that we received a few years ago to implement ITS enhancements, intelligent transportation systems, within the ports of entry of Bora and Zaragoza. And that project is being done in conjunction with Fideicomiso de Puentes in Juarez. They have a similar project, so we're trying to have those 2 systems connected to make sure that the travelers can benefit not only on the US side, but also on the Mexican side from these investments. We also have a new website online that's live right now, pdn1.com. If you go to pdn1, Paso del Norte1.com, you'll see the report that we have prepared for this survey, the full findings, a lot of data that's in there. We have crossings data, camera feeds, wait time information. So this website is a one-stop shop for travelers that commute between our 2 cities. And again, it's a really useful tool for them. So we'll continue enhancing this website and then try to have more information posted on here for these travelers. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Carlos Olmedo to go over the results of the survey. Again, happy to be here, and we can take any questions at the end. Thank you. Carlos?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. I had to switch laptops because with my other one, I could see half of the presentation, then half of you, David. So let's see, can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide, please. So as David was mentioning, the full report, the full report is available at pdn1.com. Just go under the data link and it's there, the entire report. So I'm going to try to be brief since it's already past noon. The impetus for the study, as David was alluding to, was the lack of cross-border data, specifically, what they were doing and so forth. The reason for that is because to collect these type of data, it's just too expensive. Actually, let me take off this little thing. I think you can't see me. So it's just really too time and labor and costly to collect these data. You can't just go to a website and download it. You literally have to create it. So one of the workaround for us was to go into an agreement with Colegio de la Frontera Norte. They're a higher institution, education institution network in the north of Mexico. And that allowed us to do this study. It took us about 2.5 years to actually sign this agreement with them. Next slide, please. So the study itself had three overarching objectives. The first one is to collect the basics on the cross-border traveler. And that would help us answer who's crossing, why they're crossing, are they spending, and if they're spending, what are they spending? The second objective was to get those dollar expenditures and do an impact analysis to see what their impact is across the entire El Paso economy, not just the direct expenditures, but also, as it multiplies throughout the economy, the indirect induced, as some of you know, input-output analysis. And that would gives us an understanding of, the taxes that they're helping us with, the labor income, and the jobs that they help support on the El Paso side. And the third objective was year-round repeated data collection. And the reason for that is because even within a year, which is great data to compile, the economy is always changing. The structure, the cyclical changes. So we'd like to see what's going on year over year. Next slide, please. From the policy perspective, there's a couple of departments that we have in mind in terms for the data, and it's really about marketing. Economic development, they're going to be using our data for their marketing studies, especially as businesses are being recruited, retention, expansion efforts. They're always doing those feasibility studies. So having these data at, literally in their hands could be helpful for Destination El Paso. It's also about understanding the Mexican traveler better. So with that, it could help them maximize or target better those marketing strategies. And we also include a couple of questions about Chihuahua flight demand and also the city airport. How many residents from Juarez are using it. So that helps them while they're in discussion with some of the airlines about expanding in, like Chihuahua, which is the closest one. Next slide, please. So brief timeline, we signed the agreement in August. We did the preliminary, the design and development phase in August and September of last year. Everything is captured on a tablet. So, we had to do all that technology with Colegio La Frontera, both their Juarez offices or their Juarez University offices and the Tijuana offices. Tijuana is where their main universities at. So we work with them. That's kind of where all their technology's at. We went live with a short survey in October. That was about 15 questions. In January, we expanded it to a longer survey, which is about 25 questions. This presentation and the report, for those of you who will go and download it, is strictly for the short survey. The remaining longer survey questions will be provided to City Council in the next couple of months. We paused in March because of COVID and health concerns to the interviewers. Next slide. So the initial idea was to do it year round, and we started in October. So the idea was to do it all the way to September 30th. But because of COVID, that kind of messed up our timeline. And the idea is to every quarter provide these type of data to all the stakeholders that are interested in it. But because of COVID, that gave us 24 weeks, almost 6 months. We just decided to pack all the results into one report. So some of the methodology, the interviews are done on the Mexican side as they approach the toll booths, or in the case of Boda, kind of like where the fence starts. there's entry and exit surveys. The entry survey, so if one of the first questions is asked, what is your primary place of residence? If they say Mexico, then we conduct on the tablet an entry survey because they're entering into El Paso. And the exit survey is given to those who say U.S. residents because they're exiting Mexico, coming back to the United States. Slight difference is that with the U.S. residents, they already know what they spent in Juarez, versus the El Paso residents, we're asking them, the Mexican residents, we're asking them to estimate what they're going to buy and how much. It's not exact, but it's a great proxy either way. It was conducted all days of the week in a morning and afternoon shift. The one shift that we can't get data from is from 11 to 7 in the morning, and that's for obvious safety reasons. We can't have an interviewer, in the middle of the night trying to collect a survey. If something happens, that's not good. We applied something called the stratified random sampling approach. The report goes into detailed it goes into detail about the method, so you can read up on it. But it's really rigorous, and this was important for us because we can say with high confidence, very little error, that our sample is representative of the total personal crossings at PDN, Boda, and Isleta. Sentry users at Stanton at this phase were excluded because, as most, if not all of you know, Stanton, the cars go really fast, so there's no way the interviewers could question them. We do have a working plan with Fideicomiso, which is their tolling agency on the Juarez side, to do an online version of this. And once we start up again, we're hopefully going to start including Stanton to the remaining 3 bridges within our city limits. So sample size 8,600, and that's representative of 7.6 million personal crossings. Again, read up on the report if you want to understand the details on the methodology. Next, please. Here's some pictures of people actually conducting the survey at PDN and at Isleta. Next slide. These are our examples of the interviewers doing the pedestrian surveys. Next slide. Okay, so next slide. So some of the basic findings. Key finding is that the majority, almost the overwhelming majority of the crossings, personal crossings, are local. If you look at that table, almost 60% reside in Juarez, the municipio of Juarez, and another 37% in El Paso County, meaning 96% of the crossings back and forth are local, just between the two, the county and the municipio. Next slide. When we compare Mexican residents and U.S. residents in terms of the mode, we see that Mexican residents are more likely to cross by foot. We see that 39% versus 28%, versus U.S. residents, they're more likely to drive across. And that has to do a lot with gender and reason. So on the vehicle side, there's a lot more people crossing there's a lot more men that are crossing by vehicle, and the main reason is for work-related reasons. Next slide. And you can see this here. About 3/5 of the residents are men. So that's an interesting factoid right there. It'll be interesting to see how this changes over time once we resume the survey, if in fact men are always going to be around the 3/5 of the crossings. Next slide. When we look at age group, the distribution, on the top is the histogram for Mexican residents. What we see is that both men and women, they're younger, between the ages of 20 to 40. So, again, that for marketing, there you go. That's the main crossing group. On the U.S. residents, what we see is that women, the distribution is flat. In other words, about 20% for each age group is around 20%. But we see that older men, they're the ones that are more likely to cross into Juarez for, you'll see right now some of the reasons. Next slide. Okay, so we asked them, what is your main reason for crossing? And then we also followed that up, is there a secondary a reason for crossing? So this table combines them both. What we see is that let's look at it, Mexican residents first, which is that first column under MX. We see that 41% of Mexican residents say they primarily cross to shop. And then they follow that up with social activities. If you add up social families, social friends, and so forth. And then you also see about 20% are crossing for work-related activities. For U.S. residents, it's clearly social activity related. Almost 60% of U.S. residents that cross into Juarez are doing so for some sort of social activity. When you add, for example, eat and drink, since that's also considered a social activity. You also see another 8% right there that are visiting for some sort of health visit. And just remember that this is the main reasons for crossing. That doesn't mean they're not doing anything else. This is just, what they say at the top of their head. This is the main reason I'm going. So in other words, they could say, I'm going for a work-related activity, but they could still shop. Okay, so it's just depending what their main reason is at the time. Next slide, please. So spending characteristics. Next slide. When we asked them, are you planning or did you spend when you were on the other side of the border or going to the other side of the border? 65% of Mexican residents said that they are planning to spend in El Paso, versus 72% of U.S. residents said that they did spend something while they were in Juarez. So note that this is just a yes or no. We didn't ask them here how much they spent. That's the next question. Next slide, please. So this is where this is the meat of our study, that these are the data that we needed to collect to do that impact study to finally give city council and other stakeholders the answer to, what's the impact of their spending. We got detail at the NAICS digit. NAICS is the way that the US and Mexico and Canada classify their business establishments by type of business activity. So in this slide here, you see goods purchases. In the following slide, it's services purchases. So here, if you look at those two columns where it says MX US under percent of spending visit, you can't see my cursor, but if you add up, for example, MX, that entire column, and then in the following slide, that column, that adds up to 100. So it's just breaking down up, from a pie, right? Exactly. And I'll go back. So, and then the last two columns, it's just the average expenditures they said they did or will make on those specific business establishments. So here's the key point from this. If you add up all of those percents under MX here that start with NAICS 44 or 53, we see that 78% of those are retail trade related. So that's telling us that when they come here, Mexican residents, mainly Ciudad Juarez residents, they're doing so. 4 out of 5 of those business visits are to some sort of retail, versus 1/5 is for a service. But if you compare the U.S. resident consumption pattern, we see that about 50% are going over there for a retail trade activity, and the other half are going there for some sort of service. So that's the key difference between the Mexican resident and the U.S. resident visiting the other side of the border. Some of the key NAICS or business type of retail activities include clothing and accessory stores, food and beverage, and general merchandise. General merchandise comprises or includes stores like Walmart, Sam's, all the malls, and so forth. And there is some overlap here, you should note. In other words, somebody could say, well, I'm going to go buy clothes, but they could be going to, let's say, the mall, which would fall under general merchandise. So just be clear that there's some overlap. But the key takeaway is that it's retail. Next slide, please. Now we look at services. We see that at the bottom, where under NAICS 7225 restaurants, that's the main service that people are going across to spend money at. Especially U.S. residents, a quarter of them, when they do visit Juarez, they're going to some sort of restaurant establishment, and they're spending almost twice as much as the Mexican resident, $94 on average, versus Juarezans are spending about $50 on average. Also, if you look at NAICS 621, 6212, and 622, what we're seeing is that about 12%, about 12% of U.S. Residents that go to Juarez are doing so for some sort of health service. We kind of knew that anecdotally, I think all of us, but we're finally being able to we're finally able to quantify this to a large extent. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so we also got all these expenditures, and this is just a basic addition of all of what they're spending. They said they're spending over the 24 weeks from October to mid-March. This is not annualized. We're going to do that in the impact study that's going to come up in a couple of months. What we see on that table is that Mexican residents, almost 90% of their actual dollars that they said they were planning on spending is in retail, which falls in line with the establishments they're visiting in the previous two slides versus U.S. So if we just compare that retail row right there, we see that Mexican residents, outspend U.S. residents almost 2-to-1 in retail. But once you throw in the U.S. Or once you throw in the services consumption part, that's where it kind of evens out, because U.S. residents are spending, almost 4 times as much on services than Mexican residents who shop here. So total expenditures, we're actually seeing almost even, 259 million versus 247 million. Okay, just a caveat on that. Remember that this is only including PDN, Boda, and Isleta. So we're again working on including Stanton in the next round. That's one of the limitations. The 11 to 7 a.m. flow of traffic, unfortunately, at this point, we don't see how we're going to be able to capture data on that. We could estimate proxies, but those are going to be a little bit rougher. But we'll do that for the impact study, and then in the future, the Santa Teresa Bridge. If a third party wants to include Santa Teresa and provide the resources, we actually have an idea also for an online type of study that's similar to this one, to include their expenditures. Let me read up those bullets really fast. Men make the majority of purchases and spend more on average. Among Mexican residents, the middle-age group is the largest consumer in El Paso. And for the U.S. residents, the oldest age group is the largest consumer of Mexican goods and services. And next slide. This is the last slide of the findings. About 2/3 that cross stay about 2 to 9 hours on the other side of the border. And if you look at that table where I have that red rectangle, those are percentiles. And with the way to interpret this is simple. We asked them, "What's your acceptable wait time in minutes?" And where it says vehicles, they said 60 minutes is time. The wait time should not exceed 60 minutes. For those Sentry users, it should not exceed 30 minutes, and for the pedestrian walkers, it should not exceed 45 minutes, and that's the 90th percentile, meaning 10% said, it could be a little bit longer, acceptable, but 90% of the population that crossed, or the crossings, said, those were the acceptable wait times. Anything over that is unacceptable. Next slide. And with that, just so you know, FYI, next steps, we're going to do the analysis of that longer survey I mentioned earlier. We're going to do the impact study. And then when COVID finally subsides, or there's a vaccine or whatever, where COLEF and ourselves feels it's safe for the interviewers to get back out there, we're going to resume the survey. We're also going to make some slight improvements after the first 24 weeks. We know where we can make slight improvements. And as I noted, we're going to hopefully partner with Fideicomiso to do an online survey for Stanton. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. If you have any questions.
Carlos, thank you very, very much. You used 2 words that really identify how we used to be. You used to anecdotal and narrative, right? And the bridges are so much a part of our our footprint, or who we are as a community. And I think too often we sort of take that for granted. People come across, but and we feel like we sort of understand what's happening. But this really helps us to focus so many strategic plans, things that we need to do in order to address this information. And we couldn't do it just by narratives and anecdotal. And the other thing I really want to thank Mr. Coronado, because I've been in some of the meetings and some of the things where you present, David, and I really thank you. I don't know if people really understand the kind of work and the respect that Mr. Coronado has gained, not just here in our region, but in Texas, as far as benchmarks, things that he uses, that he shares with the rest of the of Texas and other border crossings. So once again, it's a privilege to have you at Commissioner's Court. I think it's information we've wanted for such a long time, and very insightful, very insightful. So I do want to thank you before we go into any other questions from the commissioners or anybody, commissioners, any comments or questions you might have for these two gentlemen?
Judge, this is Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
First of all, thanks for the presentation on this information. I think it's very useful. It's something that I've advocated for a number of years, that we try and do here at the county. But I think it's a great great endeavor that I mean, and it's definitely fitting for the city's international bridges to do something like this. And I think it's information that's very helpful, especially understanding where people are spending their money and how we can take that and show it to companies that are looking at coming here and only pay attention to what's happening in El Paso and the buying power of consumers in El Paso. Can you? I probably missed it, and I'm sorry. Can you explain to me why it is that Stanton wasn't included yet? I'm sorry.
The fast flow of the traffic, it's just too, well, the traffic is just too fast for an interviewer to actually stop the vehicle. With the other bridges, with PDN and instead you at least have that toll booth to create a queue. With Boda, sometimes the line is backed up enough where they can follow the car up to the midpoint of the bridge, which we're allowed to do. They can't cross into the United States for obvious reasons. So that's the reason. But with Stanton, remember also that it's also Century DCL, so they just go too fast for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate it, Judge. Thank you for your words. This project has been in the works for more than 2-3 years now. We have a really good team at Bridges. Carlos is one of the 3 Hondas that we have in the department. They do really good work, and it's going to help the city, the county, Juarez, the entire region understand the dynamics of the border. No other community like has anything like this, close to this. It's unfortunate that we have the pandemic. We have to pause the project because of the safety concerns. But as soon as conditions allow, the restrictions are lifted from the travel, we want to continue it, resume it, and then have it year round to continue collecting data, trying to understand the dynamics, the exchange rate, violence in Juarez, wait times, all these different dynamics that impact crossings. So it's a really good project. Happy to share results with you all in the future as well as we move forward. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you both. Really appreciate this presentation. Very, very timely as we're trying to figure out how we're going to handle the situation as COVID, like I've said so many times, it'll be behind us sooner or later, and then we need to address. And like I said, there's so many things that happen there that create a strategy for us, whether it's from revenues or access to healthcare. I mean, there's so many things that we'll find out that'll keep us a little bit more, more robust, that our strategic plan really focuses on such an important element to this community. And that is people that cross and why do they cross, and we need to know every information to be able to align our plans and goals going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, Caesar, we've got, I think we're going to take a break at this point in time because it's sort of getting late for us. And I know the next, Betsy was telling me the next presentation would be a little lengthy, so it would be difficult to accommodate anything prior to going into lunch, and don't want people waiting to take that break. The only thing I'd like to have is 45 minutes versus an hour for lunch.
Okay. So you want to call the recess till we return at 1:30, sir?
That'll be perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sounds good. Commissioners Court will recess till 1:30. It is 12:42 p.m. right now.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable healthcare can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@ppcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, health care, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It's 1:31 p.m. We're going to move on to item number 18 from Economic Development. Receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action to accept the draft narrative of the National Register Historic District nomination for downtown El Paso.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Valerie Venecia, Heritage Tourism Coordinator with Economic Development, and very happy to be with you today, once again presenting the first draft narrative for the Downtown Federal National Register Historic District. Today we are presenting some of the, or all of the comments and feedback received from the community on the first draft. If we could go ahead and go to the next slide, please. I'd like to start off with just a brief reintroduction or review, if you will, of the presentation that was provided to you this last time. This first slide is showing the finalized survey boundaries based on the recommendations we received from the Texas Historical Commission, indicating the proposed boundaries for what will soon become a National Register district for downtown. Next slide, please. So you may recall from the last time that we visited this topic, on August 3rd, per the schedule of deliverables, we received the first draft for the nomination, and we are wrapping up the 60-day period of review in tandem with the Texas Historical Commission. And so we requested that the community provide feedback, comments, and edits. Feedback was requested. If we could go to the next slide, please. From, of course, the County Historical Commission, the Heritage Tourism Advisory Council. In November, the THC will request formal review from the City of El Paso and the Historic Landmark Commission in accordance with certified local government requirements. And we also requested feedback from members of the local scholar and historian community, as well as property owners. Next slide, please. So at this point in the process, today we are bringing forward to you all of the feedback that was received, and we would like your approval to accept this feedback. And we're also seeking any comments or edits that the Commissioners Court would like to add on to what was provided from the community. Next slide, please. All of this compiled feedback is due by Friday, October 2nd to Hardy Heck and Moore, the consulting firm who is charged with producing the nomination package to be submitted to the federal government. After we provide this feedback and edits to HHM, they will begin production of the second draft in preparation of the January 2021 State Board of Review hearing. Next slide, please. I just wanted to note that receipt of the final survey report has been published to the county website. You may have already reviewed it. It's on the economic development page. And with this has begun the process of notifying property owners and putting together state and federal historic tax credit workshops. This is with the publication. It is our hope that property owners will begin taking advantage of the federal and state and local historic tax credit workshops towards the costs of rehabilitation and restoration of their historic buildings located within the district. Next slide, please. So as we reviewed last time, this second draft will be submitted for State Board of Review in November, and as part of the preparation for the January hearing, the official hearing in which the State Board of Review will also provide comments and move us to the next phase, which is submission of the final nomination in February of 2021 to the National Park Service. Next slide, please. And then just also again as a review, just after Thanksgiving, we expect to receive the first draft nomination for the Segundo Barrio Historic District, which is now a separate project from downtown. And so we'll begin the same process, 60 days of review
and comments and feedback from the community at the same time that the Texas Historical Commission will conduct their review, and then preparation for the State Board of Review hearing in May is the second round of State Board of Review hearings for the THC, and then a final nomination submitted to the National Park Service in June of next year. So at this time, I would like to take any questions from the court. I'm hoping that you had a chance to review the feedback and comments that were provided. We received comments and feedback from Mr. Max Grossman, Mr. Mark Stone, and also from Dr. Yolanda Leiva and Ms. Cynthia Renteria. And there were also some comments to the survey that were received from the City of El Paso. At this time, we are just receiving feedback or accepting feedback on the draft narrative. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the survey has already been finalized and we've moved on to the next phase. But in good faith and for transparency purposes, we are still sharing this information as requested by the City of El Paso with regards to the overall project. Any questions at all regarding any of the feedback and comments to the draft narrative? You'll find that Mr. Max Grossman's and Mr. Mark Stone's comments are very relative to the architecture and the date of erection of certain buildings within the proposed districts. And Dr. Leiva's and Ms. Cynthia Renteria's comments have a lot to do with the cultural and historical aspect of the district, which I found to be very helpful and provides for a well-rounded, robust contribution of feedback to Hardy, Heck, and Moore as part of finalizing the draft before submission. If there are no questions about the comments and edits that were suggested for the draft narrative, we would entertain a motion to accept the comments and feedbacks provided on the draft narrative so that we can move forward to the next steps, unless there's any discussion or questions.
Well, let me ask Valerie, just are there any comments, questions from our commissioners? Commissioner Stout?
I'll just, I don't have any questions. It's great that we're moving forward with this, and I just made the motion to accept.
Oh, okay. Second?
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye, and just thank you to everybody who did comment and provide feedback.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Yeah, also Valerie, thank you. A great job. I know you've been trying to move things along, and the relationship you have with all these partners and their comments and everything, incorporating them. Valerie, thank you very much. You really have kept things going in the right direction. Very professional and very informative to us and to the community. So thank you. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. It is my pleasure to work on this project, and I greatly appreciate your support and acceptance. And I'll be sure to keep you all posted as we continue to move forward in the next phase of this overall project process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you so much, Valerie.
Caesar.
Would you like to go back to the regular order, or is there another item that we need to take out of order at this point?
Let me ask Betsy. Betsy, what's your preference?
Judge, if you'd like, we can go back to item number 8, which is the normal order. If that works for all the court.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Commissioners? We're okay? Sure. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
Okay. Item number 8 from Commissioners Court. Receive an update and take appropriate action on the 2020 United States Census.
Judge, Commissioners, this is, I believe, the item that I've been reporting on. And so since we are now 9 days away from the end of the end of the census count, we continue to move forward full throttle with the final push. September 24th, we have planned a census day, and where all 9 of our local school districts are participating. They're going to be pushing out information to parents and students, urging them to fill out the census if they haven't already done so. There are also events scheduled in Fabens and in the outlying areas where the self-response rates remain very low. I just wanted to reiterate why we're so concerned with the self-response aspect of the census. The Bureau knows that it's important, knows that it's the most accurate way to count people, but families are the ones that know how many people live in their household, right? The people that would be filling these, the questions out, the questionnaires out self-responding. And so when the Bureau is left to count and estimate, sometimes living arrangements, certain living arrangements are left out, and getting an estimate from things like neighbors can be inaccurate, and a lot of times people can be left out, which can lead to an undercount. This is especially true in communities like ours that are home to service members, individuals that are economically challenged, families that are undocumented, and then we have so many households that live in an extended family situation as well, and so that's really part of why we're wanting to make sure that we get these questionnaires filled out by the people instead of the Census Bureau trying to estimate. So I just wanted to also take the time to thank you all for the support during the last 2 years that we've been working on it. The court members, thanks for acknowledging that the 2020 census is really incredibly consequential, and agreeing to allocate all of the funding that we have for the Complete Count Committee and its efforts. I want to thank all of the county staff and the departments, especially Betsy Keller and Joel Bishop for their dedication and leadership. Melissa Carrillo at HR also led her department in efforts to get more people to be counted. And want to thank the team from the city, and also the folks at Sanders Wingo and Taylor Collective Solutions, which helped us with the marketing and outreach. And most especially thanks to the countless organizations, groups, individuals from all sectors, education, business, healthcare, nonprofit, and on that pitched in for this effort. So we're in the final stretch, and we're still being optimistic about El Paso stepping up and making sure we're all counted. And so I don't know if Jacob or Joel have anything to add, but that's all I have for my census update at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Joel or anybody else? Jacob?
Go ahead, Jacob. I think you probably have a good update for us there.
Thank you very much, Joel. Good morning. All right, sorry, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jacob Miles with County Administration. Commissioner Stout literally said about 95% of what I was going to say. So this will be much shorter than I anticipated. So thank you so much, Commissioner Stout. He hit the nail right on the head. In terms of updates, the national self-response rate right now is at 66%. Texas is actually quite low at 61.7%. El Paso's is actually only 0.5% behind the national self-response rate. But again, as we've been kind of alluding to throughout this entire time, that's still over 5% below our self-response rate from 10 years ago. And so Commissioner Stout is 100% accurate as to why that's why this is so important. And I know that these numbers have kind of been taken by the media, and they've done such a great job to try and explain to our citizens why this is important, how this affects funding, and how it affects representation. So the rest of this presentation was essentially because Commissioner Stout actually asked a question of me last week, and it was such a fundamental question that I'd like to apologize to both the court and the citizens of El Paso County for not doing a very good job of contextualizing why the self-response rate is so important. And so I'd like to try and as quickly as possible rectify that situation by answering a few questions that I've heard in the past week. One of them is, what does the actual self-response rate really mean? How is that different than the total response rate? And what is a total response rate? Is the self-response rate the actual total response rate? What is the NRFU, which we refer to as NARFU? And then how does a low self-response rate, just outside of funding and outside of representation, what does that actually mean for El Paso County? So a self-response rate is just the number of housing units who responded to the census by mail, phone, or internet divided by the total number of all housing units. So in El Paso County, of all the housing units, 65.5% of those households have responded either via internet, by mail, or by phone. So some of you may ask, well, does that mean that 34.5% of us will be undercounted? And the answer to that is no, but that's a really good question. And the next question probably is, well, then what happens? And so that's another great question. That what happens is that if a housing unit does not self-respond, then census workers have to try and conduct face-to-face interviews with the head of household at least 3 times. And so the total response is just you add a self-response plus all the responses that were counted during these face-to-face interviews. And that process is called NARFU, which stands for non-response follow-up. So as of Friday, 84.1% of all non-self-responding housing units in El Paso, in our El Paso area census office, have been counted during NARFU. So now you may actually think, well, 84.1% of all the 34.5 that haven't been self-responding, that seems like a pretty good number. And it is actually a really good number. And that just goes to show you just how hard the Census Bureau is trying to work in conducting these interviews face-to-face, knocking on doors. They're actually risking their lives during a pandemic to do this. And I'd like to thank the Census Bureau and all their workers for everything that they've done up to this point. But the reason why this can be kind of troublesome is because the El Paso ACO actually includes a lot of area of Texas. And for out of well-being and safety of our ASL interpreters, so they don't have to sign all of these, I'm not going to speak as to what all these counties' names are, but just know that it goes from El Paso all the way to Midland, Odessa, and all the way south to the Mexican border. So it's a huge area, and a lot of these counties have much lower self-response rates than we do. So that means that the enumerators have their work cut out for them trying to go door to door in such a huge area when so many households haven't self-responded. Now, the Center for Urban Research at the City University of New York says that non-response follow-up is actually twice as likely to miss people in a household than those who do self-respond. So this is why this is so important. This is why I was so passionate last week. If we have a lower self-response rate, that means that there has to be a higher non-response follow-up. And the non-response follow-up is already twice as likely to miss people in a household. So if there's more non-response follow-up that has to happen, there's just much more likely that people in households are being undercounted. And this is the most significant portion of census undercount. And that's why it's just so important that if the more we self-respond, then the less we have to rely on NARFU to try and count all the citizens in El Paso County. Now, what happens if they try and contact a housing unit and then they don't? They're just unsuccessful 3 times. Then exactly what Commissioner Stout said, they have to start using proxies. So they start talking to neighbors or landlords. Now, as you can imagine, that's not very accurate. So according to Census Bureau evaluations, 7% of proxy interviews in 2010 produced wrong information, and almost a quarter didn't yield enough information to even be useful. And so that's why it's just so important, because NARFU is not an exact science. Even if there's no guarantee, first of all, that all the households will be NARFU'd. But even if they are, there's no guarantee that those counts will be accurate. So what happens if we don't self-respond, if we aren't counted by the non-response follow-up, and we aren't counted via proxy? And that then leads to exactly, again, what Commissioner Stout was saying earlier, it leads to statistical imputation. And what that's fancy word for saying it's a best guess as to how many people are living in non-counted households. And they do that by taking a look at all the areas around that particular household that have responded, and then using statistical imputation, they guess, okay, well, if your neighbor is single and maybe someone else around you that responded is single, then perhaps you're single as well in this household that didn't respond. So there's a lot of assumptions that go into that. So it assumes that you live in a place where a lot of other people are similar to you. And that's definitely not necessarily the case. But it also implies that if you're in an area where there's a lot of other non-response households, you're in essence kind of making a best guess based on other best guesses. And that's why this is just so important that we have to get an accurate count. And the easiest way and the best way to get an accurate count is to self-respond. And we still have time until the end of the month of September 30th. As of now, you can fill out the census online. You can fill it out by phone if you're not comfortable with doing it online, or you can still mail in your census form that you were mailed to at probably a couple of points at this point if you haven't responded yet. Otherwise, please allow the census takers to come to your door and to please let them ask you the questions that they need to ask and to let them fill out the census for you so that you're counted that way. And I'd also like to thank, again, the media for doing a great job of taking the numbers that we've been updating you on and to try and explain to the citizens of El Paso County how important it is, the funding that's at stake. Ms. Keller last week mentioned that CARES funding is directly tied in to census numbers, and that's completely correct. Our representation in government is tied into census numbers. But if nothing else, there's really no place like El Paso. And if we don't, by responding to the census, we tell the federal government who we are. But by not responding, the federal government gets to tell us who we are. And I know that's not what we want as a community. I know we're unique and we're proud of being El Paso. I'm proud of being El Paso. I love this place so much. So please fill out the census so we can tell the government who we are. And finally, I'd like to, I know that they've probably got rid of the PowerPoint, but the sources that I've used for this presentation, I'd like to put online for if you'd like to pause your YouTube viewing, you can pause the video and you can see all the sources that I used in this presentation, so you can go and look at those sources yourself, and you can read exactly where I pulled all this information from. And if you'd like to find out more information, then you can go to these sites, and they're great resources for how the actual mechanics of how the census count works. And so if there are any other questions, Judge and Commissioner Stout, again, thank you very much for inviting me on here every week to provide an update. I really do appreciate it.
Jacob, thank you. Thank you for your passion on something that's so important. And I think you have felt it more than most of us, and you've conveyed it to our community. We have one of these stereotypes that we don't like, and that is that we tend to do everything at the last minute. This is one of the very few times that I hope that's the case, because we need one more big push, and I know that both you and Commissioner Stout have done everything possible. I think it's now a matter of our community responding, and you would feel very good about the results because you've done everything that you can.
Thank you very much,
Judge.
Judge.
Thank you again, Jacob, for the information. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
So I think that's it for the census topic today. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 10 from County Administration. Receive a report on the CARES Act grant funding and discuss and take appropriate action.
Judge, Commissioners, Wally is going to give us an update where we're at on our CARES Act funding.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Through today's meeting, I've got included expenses and purchases through noon of last Thursday on the 17th. You'll see there is a pretty significant large overall change from your last report to the tune of about $6.3 million. Most notably, these are the items that were added during last week's meeting for the county administrator to proceed with agreements for consideration with University Medical Center and University of Texas at El Paso, and the addition for the educational program with YISD. So that in and of itself made up a majority of the $6 million of change. I updated the expenses and the purchase orders to date. And as of this week's meeting, we have a budget balance remaining of approximately $8.26 million. I've got most notably meetings scheduled with various offices tomorrow to go over their pending commitments, expense status, so I can give the court a more meaningful update in the near future as to any balances we may consider shifting over to other budget categories. This still leaves approximately $4 million in reserves, and I am also reviewing a number of items that came in from departments with county administration on additional requests for items such as hazard pay that you approved last week and its impact to our remaining funds, and the security updates and the voice phone updates from IT. Those are those two items amount to a little over $2 million out of that $8 million remaining. So to date, we have a remaining budget of 30%, and we are either committed or spent about 70% with about 100 days remaining in the current CARES Act funding. I have also looked at the rest of the agenda items items 14 and 15 that you'll be approving later in the agenda from purchasing have already been taken into account with the expense purchase order columns, and any other items you approve today that are related to COVID will be reported in next week's report. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Wally. Any questions, commissioners?
Yes. All right, and then after I have my meetings this week with the half a dozen departments and circle back with the auditor's office, we'll be doing a small amendment to cover any commitments to date, and we'll give you any updates for any findings in next week's meeting.
Thank you, Wally. Great job. Appreciate it. Thank you. Caesar?
Okay, no further action on item number 10. Item number 11. Receive a presentation from UT Health, School of Public Health, El Paso, regarding a proposed supplemental nutrition assistance program enrollment barriers research project regarding SNAP assistance during the pandemic. Further discuss and take appropriate action to allocate $35,038 of CARES funding for the project. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. This morning we'll have a presentation from UT Health regarding the current status of SNAP benefits in El Paso and the effects on utilization based on the COVID-19 pandemic. Definitely seen some trends that are concerning, and I think this project will be helpful in giving El Paso County a better picture of what's going on with that and an action plan on how to address these items. We'll be asking the court to approve funding according to the agenda item from our CARES funds. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Leah Wiggum and Gabriela Gallegos. I believe Gabriela Gallegos is on the line and will produce or provide the court with more information on this project. Gabriela?
I am here. Thank you, Joel. Do we have the presentation slides? There we go. So first off, thank you for introducing me. I am an associate professor at UT Health, and in the conversations that we've had as a county and as a city on food insecurity, a lot of different issues have come to light. I think you all are very well aware that we've talked about our county SNAP gap in the past, and that being defined as the amount of federal benefits through the Supplemental Nutrition Aid Program, Assistance Program, that our residents aren't accessing. So this is essentially money that is left on the table that could potentially help many of our residents in most need access dollars for them to be able to buy food in our county. Next slide, please. To give you all an idea of what COVID-19 has done in El Paso County, pulled a little bit of information, some of which you'll be very familiar with, others that might be a little bit new for you. So unemployment in El Paso County, these numbers are from Borderplex Workforce Solutions. In January was 4%, and in July is currently 8.7%. We saw an increased spike in April, and it has now dropped to 8.7%, which is still more than double what we've seen in previous months. Food insecurity in El Paso County. Now these are estimates that are coming from from Feeding America. And so in 2018, our county's food insecurity rate was 15%. And the 2020 numbers are just projections based on what the organization is looking at nationally and county by county due to the impact of COVID-19. And so we're looking at a significant increase there as well. SNAP payments in El Paso County were recently released by Texas HHS, and so that gives us an idea of how much money is coming into the county through the SNAP program. In January, that was a little over 16 million, and in July, it is over 18 million. So we do know that people are qualifying at a higher rate potentially, or accessing at a higher rate. We do know that people need additional money to be able to purchase food, and we've seen that strain with our food bank, our food pantries, and other emergency sources. Next slide, please. So this will give you an idea of what things look like in El Paso County. The state SNAP utilization rate, and this is a number from a few years ago, the most recent one from the USDA, is that statewide, our residents access SNAP at a 73% rate, which means that if everybody who applied for SNAP, if everybody who's eligible for SNAP applied for it and received it, that would be 100%. So we're looking at 27% of folks who could potentially be receiving money through this benefit who are not currently accessing it. In El Paso County, our average SNAP payment this year, and this is in 2020, has been $242 a month per case. Now, per case is kind of close to thinking of it as per family, because that can include multiple people under each case. So this is how the state breaks it up. In January, that 16 million number that we saw before that was being accessed means that deficit of the 27% is leaving about $6 million in 1 month that is not being utilized through SNAP. From January to June, so we pulled the 6 months of that same number. In 6 months, that's over 38 million that is not being tapped into. And again, this is a benefit that our neediest residents would be able to qualify for, and then perhaps receive monthly aid so that they could make food purchases in our county. Next slide, please. Now, some of the conversations around SNAP have really started to ask the questions of why are people who might have access to this benefit not applying for it? And there's been, of course, a lot of research on this question over the years, and this kind of pulls together that information. So there's a number of different reasons that somebody who might qualify for SNAP is not applying for it, and that's everything from perceived stigma, perhaps not believing that it's a good thing, or being, having some shame associated with that. Maybe working full-time hours and just not having the capacity to spend their time doing that. Lack of knowledge about how the application process works, lack of citizenship, and it's also been noted that Latinos in particular have had lower SNAP application rates. Next slide, please. So with all of this information, and knowing that there is an amount of federal benefits that our residents are not accessing, and also knowing that there are reasons that we're not accessing benefits at the rate that could be optimal, we've kind of come to putting together a project that might look at why people aren't accessing SNAP benefits, and then going into the next phases of designing an outreach campaign to address those, and then increasing capacity for SNAP enrollment assistance. So the project that is being proposed to Commissioners Court today for funding is really to take care of this first step of things. And it entails conducting a short-term survey of SNAP eligible El Paso residents to answer 3 questions. And the first question is, why aren't eligible El Pasoans applying for SNAP benefits? In the previous slide, I noted kind of some of those reasons, but we don't know which apply in El Paso. We don't know which are the most prevalent, and without knowing which are the most prevalent, it's very difficult to make an assessment for how best to offer that assistance and how best to get the word out about it. The next question is, how do eligible El Pasoans want to get enrollment information and assistance? We do have 10 organizations in El Paso that are currently acting as community partners that are able to help with SNAP enrollment, the SNAP navigators that I'm sure many of you have heard about. And so trying to figure out, how do El Pasoans want to get this information, especially in the COVID-19 context? Is that through a video chat? Is that in person? Is that through calling a hotline? Is that through accessing a website? But how will they best get that information that they need to be able to successfully complete an application to receive benefits? And then the third question is, what is the best way to reach eligible El Pasoans who are not enrolled in SNAP? As the world has changed for COVID-19, so too has the ways that people are getting information. So is the best way to get the word out through partnerships with the pantries and with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, who are currently working with people through emergency food supplies? Is that through social media? Is that through TV? Is that through radio? We really want to figure out what is the best way to reach people with the information that they need so that they will be able to access these benefits and have more more money to spend on food, because we know that that has become an increasingly significant issue in El Paso. And now on to phase 2, the next slide, please. After we gather all of this information from those 3 questions, we'd like to move into the outreach campaign and building capacity phase. And that's really kind of what will come after we are able to gather the information we need to know how best to address these questions. So an outreach campaign that specifically addresses the barriers that are most prevalent in El Paso County will be designed and deployed. Meanwhile, working with those 10 organizations that currently have SNAP navigators to figure out how to increase that capacity. Something as simple as coordinating resources and understanding how El Paso County residents can best access them could really be invaluable in being able to point people to the right source. Because of course, we don't want to have an outreach campaign offering assistance and then have no assistance available for the people who need it when they reach out. On to the next slide, please. The cost for this first phase is $35,038, and this includes in-kind support from UT Health, which includes my time and Dr. Leah Wiggum's time, as well as the tablets that would be needed for the on-site data collection. We'd like to bring on 12 students for a short-term kind of out data collecting in the field for 5 weeks, and use a research assistant to help us design and manage this entire project. A program manager, because of course we're going to need to create the schedules and make sure that all of the sites are managed. We want to make sure that we have special emphasis on the outlying areas of the county so that we have a very accurate representation of the needs throughout the county. So if we're looking at places like Anthony and San Eli and Socorro and Vinton and other areas that that also have people who are going to be in need, we want to understand how best to reach them so that we have a very broad understanding, because it may not be a one-size-fits-all campaign. There may be something that needs to be slightly different for folks who are closer into other resources versus folks who might be further away from them. Next slide, please. And we are looking at doing this on a very short timetable. So we're just looking from October through the end of the year to accomplish this piece of vital data collection. And so this timeline kind of walks you through everything from beginning to end, and that includes bringing on students who can do that data collection for 5 weeks, doing the data collection, and then working on the analysis so that we have solid recommendations on how to move forward with outreach and capacity building. And with that, I just want to say thank you all for kind of recognizing food insecurity as such a pressing issue and doing so much. I know the county and city have both been working very diligently on trying to provide for these basic needs throughout the county. And so this is another piece of this puzzle. As different partners are working on elements of, emergency food supplies, on supply chain, on building capacity, this is another tool in our toolbox that is available to residents who qualify. And we really just want to make sure that that all of those areas are working in tandem so that not only can people access emergency food supplies when they need it, but they can also have a steady amount of assistance to be able to make their own food choices and have that on a regular basis. People's lives and economic situations and jobs have been affected significantly, and they continue to change and evolve. And so this is one way for us to help shore that up and offer solutions on a long-term basis.
Thank you, Gabriela. And as always, thank you for all you do in this area and other areas as well. But thank you. And you're absolutely right. It's sort of painful to know that because we're not reaching them or they don't have the right information, that people just don't get that kind of support. And I know that's a lot of the case. If you look at the numbers and statistics, we haven't, you look at the census or some of the things that we try to do to get to communicate that information. So I think we do need boots on the ground kind of thing and get people and make them aware that there is this availability. Then it's also helpful, right? Because it stimulates our economy. People are eating properly. That means that less likely that they'll go into health issues and health problems because they're eating properly. So a lot of dimensions that we reach by this program. So do want to thank you for bringing that up to us. Commissioner Stout, did you have something to?
Yeah, thanks, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Gallegos, for the presentation, and thank you to Joel for collaborating to get this on the agenda. I think, of course, this is something we've been talking about quite a bit recently. The SNAP gap, and it's just amazing that we leave so much money on the table here in this community, and even more so now with the pandemic going on. I mean, these SNAP benefits, they provide such an important resource for low-income residents, and we know that there are barriers to enrollment, but we need to, as Ms. Gallego said, understand, I think, much more deeply exactly where and how we can attack this problem, and by having more information, that's I think a great way to do so. Addressing food insecurity is a multifaceted project or challenge, and I think that this study is really going to help us understand those barriers and what needs we need to address in our community. And understanding this is just going to allow us to create materials and marketing approaches so that we can do our best to inform our community about how to access these benefits and get folks in a solid place, I think, moving into the future and for the long term. So I'm happy that we have the opportunity to spend a little bit of money and set the foundation, set the base for something that really can have a great impact on our community going forward. So I don't know if anybody else has any questions or any comments, but I'd like to move to go ahead and approve the expenditure outlined in the agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Abstain.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Gabriela. Good luck, and I'm glad it was favorable. And just let us know how we could help in any way. So thank you, Gabriela, and Dr. Wiggins.
Thank you so
as well.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Caesar.
Item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, we have Dr. Ocaranza and Chief Rodriguez on the line. Give an update.
Excellent.
Judge, Commissioners, who would you like first? You want myself or you want Chief Rodriguez?
However,
you can go ahead since you've got the mic. So go ahead, Dr. Ocaranza.
Very good. All right, I'm going to be sharing my screen, and hopefully you can see my screen right now.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. So, as mentioned before, we're going to be using the dashboard and a scorecard a lot more so people can become familiarized with how to navigate the dashboard and the scorecard. We continue seeing an increase in the recoveries from all the positive cases of COVID-19, which is something favorable. And we have seen that we continue having an increase in positive cases of COVID-19. We're still seeing a large proportion of cases on the patients between 20s and 30s, which we can see right here. And if we desire, we can see it by zip code and how the population has been affected around your house. Going to the infection rate, we are seeing that the doubling rate of our cases continue to increase, and the infectivity rate has also been stable or dropping. The new cases per 100,000 of population, we're seeing now that we have an uptick here, and that is something that we had told the community about holidays. Usually 10 to 14 days after a holiday, that's when we start seeing an increase in the positive cases that can be attributed to those holidays because we let our guard down. Some people gather. This past Labor Day, many of the people also travel out of town, and we've been encouraging the people to go and get tested. If you were out of town, please go get tested because you don't know if you were exposed either in the plane or in the other city where you visited. And this is responsible and the right way to go back to work so you don't expose some of your co-workers. Our 7-day average positivity rate is still 5.87, even though it had dropped below 5%. And also we're going to see, here's a little graph on the positive cases, how it was going down and now starting to gradually go up. On the testing side, we are happy to see how people went out and got tested because we were seeing a decline in the demand for the testing, but hopefully we continue to see that people go get tested. If you feel that you were exposed, if you feel that you need to get tested in any way or started developing symptoms, please go test it so we can create a culture of responsibility. We all need to take responsibility for our acts, and also we need to be responsible to the ones that are close to us, either at work, now that the schools are going to be starting, please do not send your children that are sick to school, because that will create a larger problem, either exposing other children, exposing teachers, or other staff. On the hospitalizations, we're also seeing that there is an increase in the hospitalizations that we have seen due to COVID-19. And even though the vast majority of the people that are hospitalized are people that are older than 60, we're going to be keeping a closer eye on this population that are going to be the pediatric population. As children go back to school, they might get exposed, or there's going to be some other children that get exposed from some adults, especially those children with special healthcare needs. Those are the ones that might end up in the hospital having some other complications from COVID-19. On the mortality rate, it was this other one. I'm sorry. I'm getting familiar. On the mortality rate, we continue to see that people pass away from COVID-19, and it had stabilized at some point, but it continues to climb up on the mortality rate. The case fatality rate, which is the people that die from COVID-19 out of all the positive ones, we now see that there is a slight increase as well. And we're working diligently notifying the people that become positive when the test results come positive, and we start the contact tracing as well. We have the vast majority, we continue to see the people that pass away from COVID-19 have diabetes and hypertension. And unfortunately, 5% of those people that pass away from COVID did not have any pre-existing medical condition, and it's unfortunate that they have passed away due to COVID-19. I want to congratulate all the people from the county that participated in this wellness program. That is wonderful. I'm glad that the whole county is recognized for being engaged in doing all those health prevention activities. So kudos to all of you, and congratulations, Judge, Commissioners, for all the leadership and having to set that example. That picture with you, Judge, and that table was great. Getting all that information. So with that, we're still on stage 3 on the scorecard, but we need to continue inviting the community to take responsibility, wear your face covering while you're out, observe social distancing, and continue practicing the hygiene that we have recommended from the beginning. Even if the economy is going to continue opening up, there are ways that we can continue stimulating our economy, our local businesses, because that's a source of income for many of us, and we all depend from one another to lend a helping hand. So we can go and get a takeout, we can do drive-through pickup, we can do some other ways that we can continue stimulating our economy, being careful and keeping health in mind. So one more thing that I would like to recommend for the whole community is that if you don't have your flu shot, please go to your primary care provider or see where we're going to be administering flu shots to the community, so you can go and get your flu shot. That is the best way to prevent complications from influenza. And historically, in El Paso, hospitals get a very sharp increase in patients requiring hospitalization, ICU, and ventilators due to complications from influenza and other respiratory viruses. And the best way to prevent that is going to be by receiving your flu shot and continue following those preventive measures that we have mentioned before. So we will continue mentioning about the flu shot, and everybody who's 6 months and older need to receive their flu shot unless there's a contraindication by their physician. We need to continue educating the community about the myths and misinformation that is on social media about the immunization, so we can all feel safe when we receive the flu shot. I already received my flu shot, so I'm ready. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chief Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza, and good afternoon, Judge and County Commissioners, Ms. Keller. So I'll be giving a operational update from the Emergency Operations Center. So we continue on. We are at approximately our 6-month response, integrated response with the Department of Public Health, Office of Emergency Management, and Paso Fire Department, and our broad stakeholder groups that we have within the community to address all of our operational objectives and strategies that we've laid out through our incident action planning process. Our COVID testing for the Department of Public Health Lab, they continue to receive a high volume of testing for hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living center facilities. They are high priority groups that we want to ensure that they have quick turnaround on results. Our EPI investigation and contact tracing continues. We are at approximately 260 personnel devoted to EPI and contact tracing. So we have a very robust group of individuals working hardly to ensure that we have a timely notification of positive results, but also to do that contact tracing within 48 hours to those contacts. Dr. Ocaranza covered some of those metrics that are in the dashboard, and it shows that we continue to do a really good job on that. On our education and information task force, it continued to work with our vulnerable populations, but also with our business community. Just some high level numbers here. So they've done over 9,449 site visits throughout the community. They reached about approximately 33,475 individuals since the task force was formed. Part of their partnership with the compliance task force across the various agencies, they continue to provide support for them as well. I'd like to mention the flu preparedness campaign that was kicked off last week. The Department of Public Health and El Paso Fire Department have worked really well. They had a great turnout at the Clinton Independent School District point of distribution on 9/18. They had an event at East Montana Middle School, and they had 700 people show up for immunizations for the flu. The following day at the Frank Macias Elementary School over in the Montana Vista area, they had 1,338. So they had a really great turnout. This is for the rural county areas. They have approximately 28 more events scheduled over the next couple months. Again, they're having a very aggressive flu preparedness campaign to ensure that, like the judge says, we have that perfect storm of flu and COVID coinciding to cause an issue for our hospitals. So with the kickoff that was initiated last week, and where some of that immunizations have already started for some priority groups or first responders, amongst others, that's going very well. So we'll continue to provide you all updates on the flu campaign and the progress there. As far as testing, we are at 269,643 tests administered throughout the county. That's across all the systems that we have. When you look at the makeup of our county-wide testing, the city of El Paso, either the ones that we directly provide through our drive-through locations at the airport and the new West Side location, and also those that are supported through the city through the federally qualified health centers and the schools, we make about 26% of all testing within the community. The state continues to, again, be a big partner in testing with their various locations, their mega sites at the El Paso Community College and at the Student Activity Center through the Socorro Independent School District. Those are ongoing. And then the Northeast location over at Nations Tobin Park, they make about 35%. And then we also have our private labs. They make up 19%, healthcare, 10%. Our corporate partners, Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens make up 7%. And then with UTEP coming on board, they're been very aggressive on their program, and they make about 3%. So that's the overall makeup of testing for within the community. Just some high-level numbers. Our state site at our west and east locations, they've done about 43,663 collections since they kicked off back in early March. Our state contractor, through the state and their contractor, and with the Texas military When you look at all of their locations, various sites within the city and also within the rural, they've done 91,381 specimens have been collected there. As previously mentioned, we continue to increase our lab capacity, not just within the Department of Public Health, but also with our contracted partners with GenPath, UTEP, and then our new partners CPL and AIT. That gives us additional testing capacity within the lab and also with testing supplies. So we don't have any supply chain issues there. Again, we continue to provide the isolation and quarantine hotel support. At this point, we've provided services for 454 individuals across first responders and vulnerable populations. And we continue to work very closely with BorderAC and our hospital partners to monitor our hospital surge support. As the governor indicated last week, the metric for hospitals is very important. If we surpass that 15%, then that would require us to go back to our 50% occupancy for various businesses. So we are watching that very closely and can continue to provide planning support for surge within the hospital system. Other than that, that is my update. Well, if I can make just one final note, like Dr. Ocoranza mentioned, we saw a 7% increase in testing from last CDC week. So we closed out CDC week 38 at 12,652 tests for the week. So this is our first positive week that in increased testing. For approximately almost 5 weeks, we were seeing just a steady continued decline on testing week per week. But this last week, we did see a 7% increase, so that's good news. And other than that, unless you all have questions for myself or Dr. Carranza, that's all I have for this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Rodriguez. Excellent work, and thank you for all you do. Relentless, just like Dr. Carranza. Dr. Carranza, as we were, legal was helping me today to align my order with that with the mayor and the city. And there's not a lot of changes, but you know, the 15% that the governor used for determining the hospitals, you know, the number of COVID patients in a hospital. I was wondering, and one of the suggestions from my legal team was if there was any way that we could, on the dashboard, be able to track whether or not we were at that 15 and we were trending upwards. I think that would be very helpful because he did use that as one of the reasons for going from 50% to 75%. And so it just behooves us to know whether we're trending upward or we're staying stable and not going into beyond that 15%. Any comments on that as to, is there a possibility that your dashboard can incorporate that, or do you think we should be getting that information from somewhere else? So I don't know if it's Chief Rodriguez or Dr. Carranza. If you could respond to that question.
Actually, Judge, it is on the dashboard, and let me share my screen again so we can show you. If we can see here on the healthcare readiness, which is where the hospitalization is, we have the total percentage of hospitalizations that are due to COVID-19. We don't have it as a graph, but we have it as a number. So we have it here right in this corner. So
11%.
This way we can see the, pardon me?
We're at 11%. Is that where you're referencing?
Yes, the 11%. That's what we're referencing.
Perfect. Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. Yeah, I missed that. So thank you. Yeah, I think it's important because since it was such a critical number for him, I mean, he was emphatic about, you know, that we go into a situation after 15%, that would be great. I didn't realize it was on the dashboard. So I do thank you, and that'll help us keep track. If it's moving into, you know, towards a 15, then obviously we need to start understanding what we need to do as a community if it went beyond the 15%. So thank you for that, Dr. Ocaranza.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, and just as a comment, definitely the state keeps track gives very heavy interest in the hospitalizations, and locally we look at the hospitalizations as well as the positivity rate and as well as the mortality rate or the case fatality rate. And one thing that is important to mention is that we look at the trends. When we see that the numbers are starting to climb up and we see an upward trend, then we need to be aware and we need to be in high alert to start implementing more preventive activities.
Exactly. So no, thank you very much. I'm glad it's already on the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza. Just an update on the work we're doing on the report from the task force and the outcome. Miguel, can you pull up the presentation from UMC that I forwarded regarding the vehicles? Yes, thank you. Judge, Commissioners, to be able to deploy mobile medical services, including COVID testing, public health outreach, and education, UMC will need a mobile medical unit. These units take several months to receive. In order to be prepared for the pandemic response further and into the future, I'm asking for your authorization to give UMC a letter of intent to purchase this vehicle for the county's benefit that UMC will be utilizing. Assistant County Attorney Ryan Kerr is going to work on the agreement over the next week, but we're trying to get our purchase in line as many of these are being ordered around the world in response to the pandemic. This vehicle will not only help us now, but it'll also help us be prepared into the future for a second wave, for vaccines, any future public health emergency responses, and the employee services that UMC provides to the county for either our employees, public outreach, or health fairs. These also including our employee vaccinations like the flu vaccinations. The funding would be from the CARES Act, and it would be part of the overall testing and public health response we're working on entering an agreement with UMC for. These vehicles can run up to approximately $575,000. In the amount that Wally has included on the spreadsheet he presented earlier, I included about $400,000 initially. So depending on the option the court gives recommendations on, there could be some additional set aside from the CARES funding for this, but it is in that part of that initial commitment that's included. We want to present information on the vehicles that are available that UMC can acquire to receive your approval and selection. I do have our UMC team on the line with us, and I'm not sure if they want to explain the vehicle options or I have reviewed this and I'd be glad to go over it if they're not available. Maria?
Betsy, I'm on. Hi, Maria Zampini.
Hi, Maria.
Do you want to go over the slides, Maria?
Sure, I can quickly go through. There's really two good options that we've looked at. We had a consultant come in that has actually purchased these type of vehicles before, and we contacted 24 companies to look at what's out there and what's available. Really what's happening is that we need to make a decision fairly quickly because everyone is doing the same thing we're doing. So they've been able to do a very good review for us. Betsy, do you want to go to the first picture? Thank you. Okay, this is the one. This is a 37-foot vehicle that runs between $295,000 and $345,000 with options. So we're assuming that the options will run between $50,000 and $75,000 on top of the $345,000. So this is a good vehicle. It's it'll do what we want it to do. There is no CDL required for them. It's able to give us 2 exam rooms. It has 2 separate entrances. So it'll give us what we need. So this is one good option. Then this one, we would need to give 50% down on this vehicle. And then the second vehicle which our consultant, it's a bit more expensive, but it's much more patient friendly, the look and the feel of it. And it's also, because we need to think of this as being a long-term option, this vehicle will cost us $500,000 with $70,000 in options. And again, this vehicle will give us 2 exam rooms. We will need a CDL driver. It has 3 separate entrances. It also has packages, of course, for the medical equipment, and it also will give us telemedicine capability. So we can, all those features will be incorporated. And the consultants are saying this would be like the vehicle that we should be looking at. The difference between the 2 vehicles is also delivery date. This more expensive unit can be delivered between March 21st and May 21st. So it's a little bit longer than the other one. The first one we looked at could be delivered by March 1st. But both of the vehicles will give us what we need to be able to get out into the rural sites and to really reach out into the community as you all are requesting us. And then there was one other idea that we had, is there's what we were calling, and they presented to us as a COVID testing van. It's a smaller van, and it's the price is $168,000, and options are maybe $30,000 or so. So it's about $200,000 price tag, and it's really only meant for COVID testing. So we would set it up for that. So this would be available in mid-December. So the thought was, depending on the availability of the funds, if we went with a smaller COVID van, we could gear up quicker. We could go out to the sites and start the rural testing, and then of course vaccines, anything else that we want to do, the flu drives, everything else. We could start with this and then wait for the larger unit to come in, or we can just go with the 1 unit. So all the 2 that I showed you at the beginning are good fits for us, and they'll do what we want them to do. And then the van as well. So it's really just up to discussion on what the court would like to do as far as funding.
Maria, thank you so much, and thank you for all you do and all the operation. You know, you seem to be in every place at the same time somehow, but you do a tremendous job of taking care of the operational side. But you know, I like the not having the CDL requirement. I think that's sort of a important element, that you're able to utilize different people, or you don't have to have someone specifically. I like that. The timing issue is also really important. I think, you know, how can we get there faster? The third one seems like a good option, but I just feel like it's, the more that we could do with the same vehicle, the better. Just my comments, and we'll hear from the other commissioners, but you know, just having that flexibility to do other things. We know that medical health professionals have been very adamant to say there will be. I mean, we were talking, there might be. I think they're now saying there will be a second wave. There will be, you know, this influenza coming together with COVID and other challenges. And so we might not get none of them in a perfect time. But I think that a lot of things are going to sort of go over into 2021. And we need to be ready for that. And also for some of the things that we need to do, like the flu shots and more of the preventive, that I've been sort of focusing a lot to say, you know, we really need to look at preventive, because we need to get people to be healthy. And so I wasn't sure. My question is, does it lend that possibility of also, you know, where a lot of the individuals not going to clinics because they're afraid of going to hospitals? And so if you reach out to them, are any of the vehicles also have that kind of capacity to look at some of the preventive measures and not just the flu shots or the COVID testing and so forth? So Maria, if you could address that for me.
Yeah, yes, Judge, definitely both the first 2 vehicles would do that, because they have exam room space, so we could bring folks in. But that was something that we had discussed very much with Betsy, is that need to be able to be out there and to educate those communities or able to pull up in this. Of course, these vans would be would have the cover, the UMC logo. They would know we were out there. So these first two vans ultimately would be the best for us to really make a presence out in these rural communities and be out there educating, doing all of those things. Yes. And we haven't gotten to the point where we're actually programming the space within the units. That would be next. So we would definitely make sure that we would be able to do that in any ways.
Thank you, Maria. Any further comments? Anybody else, commissioners? Commissioner Leon, please. Commissioner Leon.
I think, thank you, Maria. A very good presentation. I agree with you that the first option I liked a lot. The second one might have so many more capabilities, but if we don't have it in our possession, it takes so long to get it, then it's useless. So I think that first rendition that you showed us is the one that I'd go for.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that'll do the job, Chris. Definitely.
Betsy, any comments on how the based on the money we have from CARES, you feel comfortable with being able to take that money into this particular? I think it's going to address things squarely. When you talk about whether or not it's related to the CARES Act and whether or not we meet the criteria, this one definitely we're not going to have that issue with this one in particular.
Yes, sir. I think this is going to be something that's going to be a really significant contribution to our our COVID-19 response. And as we've talked today about health in our community, the discussions I've been having with Ms. Zampini and Leo Chavez at UMC have been about this isn't just for COVID testing to help supplement what's already being done at the state sites or by OEM and public health. This is about reaching out to some of our most vulnerable areas who don't have as much access, who might not even drive more than a couple miles to access healthcare or services. And just their presence being out there, what a difference it makes, and it develops a relationship and it changes a culture. And so I think this piece of equipment is one of the most vital to our response to COVID-19 from the county. And obviously, we would partner. I've talked to Chief Rodriguez about us working with UMC to deploy some additional testing to complement what they're doing, and how we can work together to help complement their work. And this would obviously be a tool that would be available to our community through UMC to help us responding to public health.
It's one of those that we invest now, but it's going to have a long-term, impact on our community going forward. So, very, very favorable initiative on my behalf. What do you need at this point, Betsy? What's the action we need to take?
I'm hearing a couple members leaning towards the very first option, which is the 37-foot, I believe, option. What I would like is a motion to authorize me to provide a letter of intent to UMC so that they may begin the purchasing process. And then we will bring back an agreement within the next, at the latest 2 weeks, but I hope to have it back within a week, between the county and the UMC for this equipment.
Okay. Well, I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
We will get the county logo, right, Betsy, on this unit? Just in case.
Maria will work with me on that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you,
Aye.
Judge. Motion carries.
Thank you,
Motion
Cesar.
carries.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Always glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. As I have updated the court recently, we don't have any other updates at this time from the task force operation. Now we're open for any member of the Commissioners Court for their update. Judge, do you want to start?
Yeah, mine is quick. As you know, the governor spoke, and there were some items that we were gonna. I'll go over them really quickly. The first one, effective immediately, hospitals can now start performing elective surgery. As I said before, this is extremely important for revenue and for individuals that are in the margin. You know, it might look like it's elective surgery. It can wait. Some of them really need that surgery. So I think we're going to move things forward. You know, certain places were limited to 50% capacity. It's now to 75% capacity. Those include gyms, restaurants, libraries, museums, all retail stores, office buildings, and manufacturers. And we also know that that moving from 50 to 75% is not relaxing and saying, okay, we're going in the right direction, we can drop our guard. It doesn't mean that. All it means is that if you do exactly what you were doing at 50%, you do the right things, you have the right protocols, then you move to 75% under the same minimum standards that are being provided by public health. And that's very important. As I said before, once we move from 50 to 75, people think, okay, things are better. It's the same standards. Everything should be the same. Wearing the masks, distancing, and all the other protocols. So we want to thank their community to really understand that moving to 75 could get us back to 50 if things don't go in the right direction. The nursing homes and assisted living and state facilities, long-term care facilities can open to essential caregivers beginning September the 24th, which is this Thursday. We're asking that not to see this as a blanket that all of them, they have different criteria. So we're asking our community to make sure that they call if they have a loved one to see what their protocols are and what they need in order for people to, you know, to visit their loved ones. So it's not just that it's, you know, every single one of them is ready. Some of them still need to meet some criterias, and others are going to take a little bit of time to make sure that they're protecting their clients. The bars remain closed, which is really important. The only issue we're having now is that bars that converted into restaurants, we're still having a challenge with them not finding loopholes or trying to figure things out. We have a strong feeling that if there's anything that might create the community spread would be bars that are not handling the situation properly or opening late at night and, you know, sort of the facade of having a restaurant instead of really making it a restaurant. So once again, as we've said, it's on us as a community. We're looking very closely. As I said, we're looking at that 15%. That was one of the criteria that was very a big part of why we were able to move to that 75. And then finally, it's sort of a stay-at-home kind of focus, and we don't have that as per se, obviously in the order, but we you know, the governor did emphasize 65 and over. That if you're 65 and over and don't need to go out, and people visiting individuals are 65 or over, that we do keep that in mind, that 65 or older is one of our most vulnerable populations. So we're very careful to understand that as things are moving, that's still something that we're very concerned about because that's where our numbers are hitting us hard in the fatality. So individuals that come back to someone that's 65 years or older, or 65-year older going out when maybe there's better ways to do things, maybe somebody else getting the groceries or not feeling that need to go out if not necessary. So it's almost like a stay-at-home consideration or recommendation for anyone 65 or older. So that's about it. We'll be submitting our order, aligning it pretty much with the with the city. The only difference is I'm working with Betsy on how we're going to approach. The city's has assigned the manager, the city manager, to determine when the museums and the parks and so forth open. In our case, we've asked Betsy to come back and sort of let us know what is it that we're able to do. So we'll be putting something together and bringing it back to Commissioner's Court. I agreed that it's something that I could do unilaterally, but I'd rather not. I'd rather do it with the commissioners and get their input and feedback so that we make a determination when we open parks and other recreation or other facilities will be based on us being able to do that as the Commissioner's Court and not necessarily as myself as the county judge. On the other hand, if things do not go in the right direction, I will keep that authority to shut things down if things are not working. And that's more because of efficiency, that if we see things trending quickly in the wrong direction, that I'm able to quickly then say that we will, with respect to the county, that we would go back to certain things or close certain activities or facilities because we're trending in the wrong direction. Hoping that it's not, but if it is, we're going to act quickly on stopping a trend going south. Okay, so thank you for that, commissioners. Thank you for your support on these items and everything you do for each one of your precincts. So, thank you, Betsy.
Commissioner Leon, did you have an update?
No, I do not have anything new as per se. I don't know if anybody from the sheriff's office is on the line. Maybe Alexis can check.
I do not see Chief Witten on the line, Commissioner. I'm looking just to double check. I don't see anybody from the sheriff's office online with us, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stout?
I don't have anything for this week. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson?
Nothing new this week.
Thank you, sir. With that, there was an item on the slide, but we already took care of that item last week. It's my apologies for not updating the slide. So we are complete with this item. If either you could go to the next item.
This brings us to item number 13, purchasing. Authorize the single source award of LexisNexis Digital Library and/or multi-year print agreement for the County of El Paso's Law Library to LexisNexis Matthew Bender Incorporated in the amount indicated on the tabulation. Funding is available in special revenue, law library, books, and subscriptions.
Good afternoon, Deborah Carrejo Troll, County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we would like the court's favorable approval in recognizing this under 262.024 7A as a single sole source. It is copyrighted. These are the publications the law library needs in order to operate and maintain full digital books.
Move to approve. Caesar, Commissioner Leon has left the meeting, so we'll you can start with Commissioner Stout.
Okay. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, Approve purchase of touchless door entry system for various county locations using Region 19 Contract 17-7235, awarded to Door Control Services Incorporated of Ben Wheeler, Texas, in the amount of $119,084. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. This is an after-the-fact approval that I'm bringing before the court based on your March the 16th emergency declaration and authorizations for the county administrative chief and the purchasing agent to make purchases where necessary for the pandemic response. In this case, it was the touchless door entry, which includes the wireless wave plates and door sensors to various county locations, which was deemed as urgent in order to make facilities safer for the public. The purchase order has already been issued and is attached to your backup, and you are simply ratifying this after the fact.
Thank you, Debbie. Deborah, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, approve purchase of bulk personal protective equipment items for the county awarded to several vendors in the amounts indicated in the table and attached purchase orders. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. Again, we are dealing with an after-the-fact ratification of purchases made in order to expedite the county's response to the pandemic. In this case, we're dealing with purchase orders to multiple vendors for various products like sanitizing alcohol wipes, disinfectant, masks, germicidal mists, and nitrile gloves. This is in an effort to make sure that every county department, through bulk purchasing, centralized bulk purchasing through the budget office, could have access to the right equipment that they need in order to follow their route plans and go back to some semblance of normal. And if you approve this, you are simply ratifying a purchase order that has already been created and sent to the vendors. We've received the items. They are beginning the distribution, and the purchase order is attached.
Deborah, does this include, in our case, as we get more and more employees back, it's looking at going forward, not the volume that we have now. It's taking into consideration that we're going to have a lot more employees at different facilities?
I believe I'll let Betsy elaborate on this, but the way this amount was determined is that every department had to identify how many people they had working for them that could possibly need the supplies. There was a formula attached, but I believe that formula stayed within the lines of what could reasonably be purchased under the COVID funding for a certain amount of time. And if there's any plans for future purchases outside of that, should we return to 100%, I'm unsure of that now because I don't know how to account for the COVID impact. I'm not an expert on the COVID funding.
Okay.
Thank you, Deborah.
Betsy?
Judge, commissioners. So Wally, I believe you helped coordinate this. I do want to note, we have been cognizant of the fact that not everybody is in the office. And if the county is to return to on-site work versus remote work at some point, we would, we do have some supplies we have reserved or we have available for return to on-site, including hand sanitizer, different types of cleaning products, gloves. I believe we have some masks. We have quite a bit of supplies on hand for departments that return. And this is after we've made sure that the departments that are on site do have these supplies as well. I believe this is a combination of the supplies that departments that are currently operating need to get through this next few months. But I would like to refer to Wally, who did help us coordinate this call for product, I believe.
Good afternoon, Judge
Wally,
Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Fiscal Policy, Budget and Fiscal Policy. That is correct. This is the planned return to operations supply. Departments are making normal routine orders. I see orders come in on a regular basis, almost daily, for their needs to get them through the end of the calendar year. And so County Auditor's Office, in coordination with purchasing, are keeping a rolling perpetual inventory. So as these supplies are being drawn down, we've got an ability to make a determination of it may be time to ramp up and order any of the particular items that were just listed off by both Ms. Scholl and Ms. Keller. So this is to get us through the end of the calendar year.
Thank you, Wally. Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16. Approve award of workforce management systems and related products, services, and solutions for Information Technology Department fiscal year 2021 using Communities Agreement number 18220 awarded to Kronos Incorporated of Lowell, Massachusetts in the amount of $140,422.50. Purchasing approved on September 15th, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD Maintenance and Repair Software.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting the court's favorable approval to enter into a contract at a later date for Kronos for the Kronos software, which is a timekeeping system. Because this is a system that is technically considered single source to that company and we already use it, the best thing we can do is go through the cooperative U.S. Communities Agreement because that's a competitive price control. So the county is getting an excellent price through this cooperative for a system that we do use. And if we were to negotiate directly with the company, we may not be able to get this type of pricing. So if you approve this, you're approving us to use the U.S. Communities Agreement to purchase this software.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
This brings us to litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Item number 17, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the resolution and annual renewal of the Child Protective Services grant for the year 2020 to 2021 with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services in the amount of $986,065.80 as the county's grant match and a federal reimbursement in the amount of $305,413.40. Funding is available in General Fund, Child Protective Transfer Out Grant Match. Contract number 2020-0751.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Eddie Sosa, First Assistant with the County Attorney's Office. I apologize, my video is not working at this point. But this is our annual renewal as stated, and we'd ask for your approval on this grant agreement.
Thank you, Eddie. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract and resolution authorizing signatories and corresponding depository authorized signatories designation forms for the Emergency Services Help for Colonias program with the Texas Department of Agriculture. Contract number 2020-0770.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners Court, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. This item seeks approval of the court to sign the grant agreement and all the pertinent documents, accepting $269,732 in funds from the Texas Department of Agriculture. This is to provide emergency financial relief to Colonia residents. The funds will be used to provide a one-time assistance of up to $2,000 in either mortgage, utility, or food purchase assistance per household. This is specifically targeting Colonia residents who are struggling financially due to the COVID-19 health crisis. With this funding, we'll assist a little over 100 Colonia families throughout the county. And since these are not CARES Act funds, we'll have at least until mid-January to be able to identify and assist eligible Colonia families. So I respectfully request your favorable consideration for this grant agreement so we can begin deployment of this program.
Thank you, Irene. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
You too, Irene. Thank you.
Item number 20, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the West Publishing Corporation Thomson Reuters Library Management Agreement and the addendum to West Agreement terms for specialized print material to maintain the integrity of the Galvan Library collection from October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2023 in the amount of $96,324 per year. Funding is available in special revenue, law library, books, and subscriptions. Contract number 2020-0720.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I'm sorry? Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Judge. We're presenting to you here today for your consideration a 36-month subscription agreement. It's at a fixed monthly rate of $8,027 per month for the entire term. This is improved over previous years' contracts. There is no year-over-year increase. The agreement continues subscriptions to 65 of our current subscriptions to exclusive copyrighted legal materials, single and multi-volume sets. Each title is updated, added to, or revised periodically throughout the year at varying intervals. These titles were reviewed by both the staff and the El Paso Bar Association Law Library Committee to ensure that they meet the unique needs of our community. So unless there are any questions, we respectfully ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Take care, please. Thank you.
Item number 21, Human Resources. Approve and authorize the amendment to the holiday policy in the name change of the currently recognized Columbus Day holiday to Indigenous Peoples Day.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with the HR Department. In an effort to maintain a diverse and inclusive culture within the county workforce, we have conducted research regarding the Columbus Day holiday to best determine whether a name change might be needed, and we presented this to the court on Thursday, September 17th. As a recap, the celebration of Columbus Day in the United States began to decline at the end of the 20th century and instead began being recognized as Indigenous Peoples Day as a way to recognize the native populations that were displaced after Columbus and other European explorers reached the continent. Our recommendation for you today is to amend the holiday policy to rename the October holiday to Indigenous Peoples Day.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And thank you for expediting. Thank you for expediting this prior to our next holiday. So I'm very glad that this took place. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Item number 22. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the software license maintenance agreement between the County of El Paso and Kronos Incorporated for Workforce Solutions SaaS software. Funding will be available upon fiscal year 2021 budget allocation in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software in the amount of $140,422.50. Contract number 2020-0819. We'd like to ask for a one-week postponement of this item on behalf of the IT department.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 23. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding adoption of the Fabens Airport Courtesy Car Policy. County Attorney Opinion number 201011.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you this afternoon is related to establishment of a policy to allow for the county to maintain a courtesy car at the Fabens Airport. It is common practice for general aviation airports such as Fabens Airport to make a car available for pilots who wish to, run errands, maybe run into town, go to a restaurant to get a bite to eat, or do some shopping. This is commonplace at airports to the east of El Paso County in Fabens and Marfa, in Alpine and Marfa. And as I mentioned, in other general aviation airports that offer the services that we offer. This is intended to provide more services to pilots to try and attract more traffic at the airport, and just part of the overall vision that the court has set for increasing aviation activity there at the airport. We are currently in the process of working with Mr. Staple to identify a vehicle that we could use and make available. There are some opportunities that are still being explored at the moment. So at this point, we don't have a vehicle, but we wanted to ensure that we did have the policy in place and the forms in place so that at such time a vehicle becomes available, we can begin to offer that service immediately. So we have worked with the county attorney's office to draft these forms. We've also worked with human resources and Mr. Sam Trujillo and Lorena Rodriguez to also review the forms. And at this point, we are ready to ask for the court's favorable consideration. Adoption of the policy would also include adoption of the forms. We would use those forms to effectively loan out or rent out this vehicle to individuals, and the individual would assume all financial liability for any damages that are made to the car. They would have to, standard with a rental agreement, would have to refuel the car to the level that it was before they actually left it from the airport. But really, this is something that has long been overdue based on the input that we've received from our fixed-based operator, Olivas Aviation. They often lend out their private vehicle to pilots and to people visiting the airport. So this would be just another service that the county begins to offer as we begin to, hopefully expand activity at the airport. Ask for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. You're absolutely right. This would be like the minimum standard at any airport, but hopefully later on we might get one of the leasing companies that, Enterprise, or I know it's a little ahead of us, but hopefully one day we will have one of the leasing companies or rental companies that might be interested in having their vehicle there. But at this time, I think that's the right move. So yeah, move to approve, and thank you, Jose.
Second.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding adoption of a county order establishing the El Paso County Neighborhood Association Program, contract number 2020-0694.
Good afternoon. Again, Judge and Commissioner Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. This is a strategic planning item that the court has had on the strategic plan for a couple of fiscal years. There are some issues that were related to implementing this that we have overcome, especially in light of the COVID-19 situation, but very excited to be able to bring this order to the court this afternoon. Next slide, please. What we are working to do is effectively increase communication between residents in the unincorporated area and the county. And so there's benefits both to the residents and to individuals who decide to form a neighborhood association in the unincorporated area. And there's also obviously benefits to the county. Really, it's the sharing of information whenever there's a permit. Like last week, we were discussing a floodplain development permit that was going to come before the commissioner's court. Oftentimes, we have revisions to plats that do require public advertising to occur. And, short of someone reading the El Paso Inc., that doesn't really mean, or the El Paso Times on Sundays and, searching through the legal section, oftentimes these developments can go without really much attention. And then your offices hear from the constituents on the back end about why were they not informed. So this is really a big benefit, a big win to allow the county to effectively communicate what's happening in terms of development that they may be interested in. And not just, thinking about this, even though our department will be administering it, information like the census, vaccination schedules, some of the work that the animal welfare department does to, offer free clinics, all of those services, we can begin to use the neighborhood associations as a repository of information where we can share that information with them, and then they are charged with disseminating that to their neighbors, to their members. And we really have more engagement from the county and from residents on a number of issues that are ongoing. So what the order does is propose that we provide them notice some of these regular routine items. We also want to ensure that we provide timely response to any requests for information, within 5 working days. Even if that response is, we're looking into this, this is what we found thus far, we're continuing to evaluate that. We want to make sure that if residents are going to take the time to organize themselves, that we really and effectively communicate with them as best as we can. And then the other benefit to the association that's being proposed under the order is to allow county officials and departments to attend these meetings. We often do already. Members of the court may ask or invite departments to join them to different neighborhood association meetings, the de facto neighborhood association meetings that already exist. And so this would just formally codify that process, that if you have a neighborhood association and you'd like to request the judge or a county commissioner or a department head, that we would work to facilitate that, to provide that connectivity and be that link between the resident and the county official. And then to the county, obviously, we gain the perspective that the public holds on a number of these critical issues. We help to contribute to a better quality of life, a better sense of place, a better civic pride. And this is the reason why municipalities have engaged in neighborhood associations for so long. Obviously, the county being new to delivery of municipal style services out in the unincorporated area, this is, we're treading new water here, but we really have a set of best practices to go off of, and that's what we're really trying to capture here in this order that would establish this program. Next slide. So the county minimum requirements to establish an association are to host 1 meeting per year. Obviously, some associations may be a little bit more active. Some may meet monthly, quarterly, bi-weekly. Really, it depends on the group of residents and how they would like to meet. But we would ask that they at least hold 1 meeting a year to formally adopt to elect their leadership, so that the county is aware of who their main points of contact are with that specific association, which leads us to the second bullet, that we would have a primary and a secondary point of contact available for each association. And these individuals would be the people that we send information to ensure that they can disseminate that to their membership. So if we had a road closure, for example, on a road project that we were working on, and we wanted to let the neighborhood know of the duration of that road closure, what that work may look like, we would then pass that along to those 2 primary members, and then they would in turn let the association know. And so instead of having to worry about notifying a whole subdivision or mailing out, 500 postcards to all these homes, we could just send an email and have that designated point of contact in the community, and that would help us to disseminate that information. And again, initially, this is how we see this starting, but you can see that there's a lot of potential for other, departments within the county family to be able to tap into that same infrastructure and actually pass along information on pertinent services that they may be offering, or information they may want to make residents aware of in the future. We would establish an orderly process, or we would ask that they establish an orderly process for decision making. We are looking to provide sample bylaws, sample meeting agenda formats, sample meeting minutes formats, so that way they know exactly what, if no one's ever been associated with an organization like this, if no one has any familiarity with any sort of governmental procedure, we want to provide them a handbook that gives them a significant starting point, so that we're not really asking them to start from zero. They can just plug in the information about their association, about their community, and allow them to really get up and running pretty quickly. So we're trying to facilitate this as much as we can, recognizing that other associations may already be in existence and may not want to deviate from their existing bylaws and use their own instead. And they would just have to provide us a copy of those bylaws so that we know that that association has been organized in accordance with the provisions of this order. Next slide. So if a group of residents is saying we want to form an association, how do we do that? We are asking for a minimum of 15 members from separate households or businesses. So that simply means that if my wife and I wanted to join the association because we share a household, we would only count as one member towards that 15. The idea here is that you don't want to create associations that are so small that even within a specific subdivision you have two different competing associations. You do want it to be a little broader than that. So 15 members is a number in our research that we felt comfortable with. In our research, we saw as little as 10. We saw as many as 30. Really, we're asking also for the court to ratify 15, and we can see if that is a good number. And in the future, if it looks like it's too small or it's too large, we can ask the court to come back and amend the order to allow for a different number. But at this point, we're recommending 15 because we feel it's a good middle point between all the examples that we saw from other association programs. So the association would have to have that membership, have to elect officers, would have to adopt bylaws, assign those 2 points of contact, submit the completed forms as provided, and those are provided in the backup to this agenda item. And then staff, again, we're going to work to provide sample bylaws, agenda, minutes, membership lists, a map of the exact area, right? So our GIS staff will be working with them to provide boundaries of where their neighborhood association is. And this one can be a little tricky, and this is where we start to run into some issues where maybe you might have competing associations within, similar developments or similar subdivisions. So this is why having that information may be important, because someone may have already said this is the association, this is the boundaries of this association, and in case someone else wants to start a separate association, we would inform them that there's already an association in that area, and they would actually have to join that one. So the point of this is to make this as organized a system as possible. With the amount of development we're seeing in the unincorporated areas, especially development that looks very similar to typical suburban growth like what you see in the city of El Paso, these residents are very active. They want to share their viewpoint with their elected officials. They want to, they're demanding services at a level which we have never seen before, and we want to make sure we capture that while at the same time providing for existing neighborhoods and some of our former colonias to be able to organize and exist in a fashion where they can also request some of the services that they feel are important. And we want to provide that avenue for each different community, because each different community is going to have different needs. Next slide. These are just screenshots of the forms. So you can see they're not very cumbersome. The one on the left is the form that says what's the name of the association, how often do you plan on meeting, what are the names of your primary or secondary points of contact, and then they have to submit copies of their bylaws and the election they held to decide who was going to be the president or vice president. The form on the right is the email release form, which states that when they obviously email the county, that is a public email that was subject to release under Public Information Act request. So really want to thank Diana Shearer and the County Attorney's Office for working on developing that form. So it's something that the county can point to in the event that there is a release of information, that neighbors and residents are notified that because they've been emailing the county in relation to this neighborhood association program, that some of that might actually be releasable information under the Public Information Act request. Next slide. So the big component the big obstacle we ran into obviously was COVID, because we had a schedule of doing outreach before establishing the order to give the court an idea of what might be possible or what the interest might be. At this point, we'd like to reverse that and adopt the program and then do the outreach. In November and December, what we have planned is asking different water utility providers to actually include an insert in their bills about this program. And we'll actually hold English and Spanish sessions discussing what this might mean using Teams, right? So people can call in, people can attend via Teams directly. And what we'll do is we'll provide the information about what the neighborhood association program looks like, what the requirements are, answer any questions. And this effort will be countywide, right? So you'll have an English session and a Spanish session. And then at that point, if people have follow-up questions, we'll put them in contact with the appropriate staff in our department, and then we'll work with them to help, fill in the blanks for any of these application questions they may have. and then we hope to start seeing some applications roll in at the beginning of the calendar year in 2021. We're going to target specific communities that we feel we're going to have more difficulty trying to establish these associations, and these are typically going to be the same communities that you've heard are difficult to reach in terms of census participation out in the outer areas of the county, like in Westway, Tornillo, Fabens, up in the East Montana area. We want to make sure that we work diligently to try and establish some presence there, because if we can have that presence established, that might be the mechanism that we can use to disseminate information effectively into those communities in the future. So these are the areas these are the water providers that we're working on. Most of them have agreed to provide the insert at no cost at this point. We are going to, we have received some proposals for cost on some of the other, on some water providers. So we're looking to see what that may be, and we'll bring that figure back to the court just so the court is aware of what the cost of this outreach was. But we feel that we might be able to accommodate that within the adopted fiscal year 21 budget for Public Works. But again, we have not confirmed that. We would obviously, given the nature of what we're trying to do, we definitely appreciate the water districts who are working with us to provide as much notice to these residents free of charge. And we're working to negotiate the cost for the ones that do, are going to incur some costs or are going to charge the county something. And we'll bring back that figure to the court sometime in November, December as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is to authorize the county judge to sign the court order as presented to establish the County Neighborhood Association program and adopt the forms as presented as well. I'm happy to take any questions that the court may have at this time.
Thank you, Jose. What a step in the right direction. We've been talking about how our inability to reach and have this interaction and making sure one of the basic principles that we have at Commissioners Court is that we get the feedback when we're having initiatives. I mean, it just has so many great opportunities for us to be connected better. I'm thinking of how different things would be when we're trying to communicate the COVID and some of the strategies and the information that needed to go out there. And it was difficult. And we've seen that, as like you said earlier, the census that you mentioned, the things that we want to do, from having the memorial and wanting people to go someplace to knowing when the parks are going to open. Just so much interaction, but yet not very efficient as to how we're trying to communicate. So I think this is I could see the complexities, some of the challenges that you're going to have, the competing associations, but I think anything that's going to be of this impact has its has its challenges. But overall, I really think this is the right step for all of us. So I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye, sorry.
Aye.
Sir. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 26. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the float entry application for the county to participate in the 2020 Sun Bowl virtual parade as a float sponsor.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works team. Today, we're requesting the court's approval to participate in the virtual Thanksgiving parade. The event will be pre-recorded and it will be broadcasted on Thanksgiving morning. We're not requesting any funding since we will be using the same float that we used last year. We're requesting the court's favorable consideration. Any questions that I can answer for the court?
Norma, thank you, and Veronica and everyone taking care of that. We knew that the investment at the front end might be maybe not even favorable as to how it was perceived, but I think the usage of the float in different activities, and now on this particular activity, looks like it was a good decision. A tremendous amount of exposure and compliments, and even getting recognized. I think we won. I don't think we won one of the awards, and so very well done. Thank you for everything you all do, and so move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Have a good evening.
Thank you both. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 27, Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 49 to the County of El Paso's 2019-2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $153,008.86, thus increasing the overall budget of $527,636,813.85 to $527,789,822.71.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was included with your weekly highlight from Ms. Keller on Friday. There are no portions of this amendment related to COVID-19 or CARES Act grant. With that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Wally. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
Likewise, Wally. Thank you.
This brings us to item number 28, executive session. Us into executive session to discuss items 28A through 28D and item number 25 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable healthcare can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Thank you. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 29, discuss and take appropriate action on the litigation styled Murtala Plecas Parent versus El Paso County, Texas, et al., cause number EP19CB00165FM, County Attorney case number 016419LD. We'd like to ask for a motion to postpone this item and its associated executive session item 28C for 1 week.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 30, discuss and take appropriate action on the litigation style Rosario Felix, Roberto Gallegos deceased versus El Paso County, Texas et al., cause number 319 CV00277KC, County Attorney case number 022319LD. We would like to ask for a motion to postpone this item for 1 week, along with its associated executive session item 28D, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25 from Public Works. Receive a presentation from Southwest Land Development Services Incorporated regarding the proposed public improvement district for the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 area.
No action?
There's no action.
Yeah,
No action on that.
Well, no, this item was a presentation. This was a presentation, and so it was just to read in the item, and you can post it at a later time for action. So there's nothing to do at this point, Judge.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that was our last item, Judge.
Well, Caesar, thank you. Thank you for all the staff, Lexus, Miguel, everyone else. Thank you for all you do to make this happen, or legal, and Betsy, and thank you, commissioners, for I think it was a great meeting, lots of productive decisions made today. I wish you all the best during the week. I'm looking forward to the State of the County coming up on the 30th, and we'll be working with each one of the departments and the commissioners to really showcase all the great things that our county family does for our community. So thank you very much. Have a great afternoon and a great week. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 4:28 p.m.